Yeah, there's a specific movement I can take, and it'll give me about 3 or 4 seconds of leeway where if I make it to the top of the level without any mistakes, I just have to sit and wait for the walls to move. But this is the first level where having the propeller mushroom really just saves a ton of time. Like Bismuth said, it's about 45 to 50 seconds. So yeah, up here I just have to wait for the wall to move before I go and fight Iggy. So Iggy's pretty simple. Depending on what side I'm standing on when he starts going to this shell attack, he'll always end up in the same spot. And so the way the platforms move, I can just walk to where he's going to be, and I'll never run the risk of him running into me while he's doing this. And it's a pretty easy boss fight. Yeah. And
okay, so the next level, level 5-4, is normally a several-minute-long auto-scroller that, using the helicopter, he's going to try and skip the entire thing. So he, this is basically serious time. He needs to focus for this.
All right, we have a $10 donation from Fontaine Tim. Fontaine Tim. I lost my father to small cell lung cancer before my junior year of college 2 years ago. I am proud to say that I pushed through and finished school thanks to how he raised me. Cancer is one of the worst things any family can experience.
Ah, that's death. Oh. The first 2 jumps are the hardest in that skip because you have to hit the wall enough, or hug the wall, to where you don't go too high and hit the Koopas, and you also have to wall kick really low so you don't hit the Koopas. And that one, I just wall kicked too far. So at this point, it actually doesn't save any time because I'm so far into the run for me to go back and get another propeller. So I just kind of have to sit through the auto-scroller now. So this is a really good time for donations. It's about 2 minutes.
All right. We have a $50 donation from Keith Stack, who says, a whole week of speedruns is just what I crave. This goes to the animals. They must be saved. We have a $50 donation from Dubes, who said, I lost my father to cancer in 2009 and mother to cancer last year. Cancer sucks, but games are cool. Keep up the hype. Sorry to hear that. We have $50 from Fabi Yu, who says, keep on being awesome. Watched AGDQ and SGDQ for 3 years now, and it still never fails to amaze me how many ways my nostalgic games can be broken. Looking forward to more hype and sleep loss in the name of cancer research. Hype. Oh, and save those animals and score those frames. We have a $20 donation from Clark and Veronica, who says, lost several close family members to various types of cancer, but not only that, our beloved cat, Lizzie, of lung cancer. So in honor of Lizzie, save the animals.
You can't kill the mini Goombas with the POW block, so if they do come down, you have to go over them and kill them yourself.
Yeah, basically the way this auto-scroller works is, well, obviously it's an auto-scroller, but the number on the platform is the number of enemies that are on the platform with you. And when it gets to 5 or above, the platform stops until you clear out the enemies, or the enemies clear themselves out in the case of bombs.
They also give you a fire flower, and when you kill enemies with the fire flower, they drop coins, and those coins also count towards the counter.
Sorry if I'm interrupting anything, but I'd just like to mention that we just reached $350,000 in donations.
Nice.
Keep those donations coming, guys.
So here I use one of the mushrooms that the toad gave me from the piranha encounter. I'm going to damage boost through a boo, and it basically saves most of the time that I'd lose by not having the propeller. It allows me to jump over a few floating platforms. And this is also the second secret exit that will take me to the cannon to World 8. So this would probably be another good time for a donation or two, because it's just another cutscene where I am shooting the cannon to World 8.
All right. We have an $100 donation from Luigi Master 123, who says, I lost my father to lung cancer a few years ago. This donation is going out to him. I love what you guys are doing, and I hope this is successful. We have a $50 donation from Fennon McBender, who says, many years ago, I still immensely giddy when AGDQ comes around. Keep up the good work, guys. Love what you do. And I'd also at this time like to plug the Pinball Machine Grand Prize again. Pinball Joe has donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Because this is a very special prize, a minimum bid of $50 with up to 4 bids of $200. Pinball Joe has also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play. Throughout the marathon, you can watch AGDQ attendees speedrunning pinball for new world records at pinballdonequick.com or their Twitch channel, twitch.tv/pinballjoe.
Okay, this level is one of the hardest. It's pretty much the hardest in the run, aside from the 5-4 skip. He has to get a mushroom in the middle of the level. Well, actually, the middle point will give him the mushroom, and then he'll take the fire flower, and he'll use the 2 health to damage boost through some of the lava, and following that will be a very tricky jump that barely goes over the hitbox of the lava pillar, and hopefully he gets it.
Yeah, the very last lava pillar has a very tiny window you can make it over, so your jump has to be very precise. The meteors here fall completely randomly, so if it falls in a really bad spot, you can die and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oof, nice.
Oh, he got it.
Nice.
That was really good.
So yeah, that jump, it looks like he would be hitting the lava, but it's kind of like the piranha plants in the first Super Mario Brothers, where it looks like he would hit them, but their hitbox is actually smaller than it looks like.
Okay, so in this level, he's going to take another secret exit, this one to a level called 8-7. He's going to basically bypass the rest of World 8, essentially.
Yeah, it ends up skipping 5 levels for about 2.5-minute auto-scroller.
Unfortunately, that one doesn't have any cool skips in it, even if you still have the helicopter, I'm pretty sure.
So here I'm going to skip the checkpoint flag and getting the mushroom, because taking the secret exit in the stage is easier as Small Mario. There's a really low ceiling in the secret exit. And so being Small Mario allows it to be easier for me to jump between these platforms and skip the wheels rolling against me.
And coming up is most people's favorite multiplayer level, but it's an auto-scroller, so it's not the favorite speedrunner level.
It's only everyone's favorite multiplayer level because you can throw all your friends off of the little dragon coaster. So I was trying to think in practice of any ways I could kind of spice up this level because auto-scrollers are really boring in speedruns. And it ended up being that this was the level I died the most in practice, just from doing silly things. So not going to be very entertaining on this level, I apologize. This would be more good time for donations. It's about 2 minutes.
All right. We have $100 from Clownzo, who says, "This is a great cause. I appreciate you guys donating your time to make this awesome event happen. This donation is in honor of AGDQ's team. P.S. Emo Arbiter has some sick flow." We have $25 donation from Veldiken, who says, "350K Mario hype."
Hype.
Hype. We have $20 from Nightcrawler2, who says, "Awesome event and cause. Here's to $350,000 more." We have a $20 donation from Pi is Good For You, who says, "Hey AGDQ, I've loved these speedrun marathons since I discovered them last year. My aunt is battling with lung cancer right now, and seeing so many people supporting cancer research and my favorite pastime, video games, is amazing. Keep up the good work and keep those games running. P.S. Kill all animals. Certainly hope you meet in the game." And right now, I'd also like to remind everybody that this is the last game to get in for the FE Bid War for Fire Emblem. Currently, Path of Radiance is at $1,624, and Radiant Dawn is at $2,702. So if you want to see Path of Radiance, get those bids in. We have a $50 donation from Skinny D77, who says, "With a mother and father who are both fighting cancer, I really appreciate what you guys do. Thanks to all the organizers and runners and volunteers." We have an $118.35 donation from Fen, P-H-E-N, who says, "I'm always happy to see this community get together to kick cancer's butt. I wasn't able to donate the past few years, but I'll make up for it this year. I'm putting it all towards OOT Blindfolded because I want to see more speedruns. Also, kill the animals. Keep kicking butt, everyone."
Jumping off the dragon carts just before they get to the end is one of the few ways you can speed up that level a tiny, tiny bit.
Okay, so something important about the lava, and as you're about to see, a spinning cannon type thing, is that this game, in all but one level, the objects start moving when they appear on screen, and they're not on a universal timer. So it's not really random at all. You can't really change it if you mess up. The only time that actually makes a difference is in the last level, where if you make a mistake, all of your cycles are different.
Okay, and there's a couple smaller skips that can be done in this level as well, using the helicopter.
We have a $10 donation from John Blanchard, who says, "While I haven't lost anyone to cancer, I do recognize its hardships in people's lives, and I love that when we come together as a community to make a difference. Keep it up. Love you guys."
Alright.
Oh!
Yes, barely got it.
Bonking the ceiling is really scary for that jump. I think that's the first time I've made it after hitting the ceiling. This one's also scary. Okay.
Very nice.
So Bowser Jr. is a very easy boss fight. At the very start, I think I missed it, yeah. So I was a little late on my ground pound there, but as soon as you take control of Mario, if you can get a really quick ground pound, you'll hit him as soon as he drops the first ball down. And then this boss fight, unlike Bowser, is not random at all. So now we think we saved Peach, but Magic Koopa comes in and just ruins the day.
Instead of flying after her, Mario's just like, "Curse you, Koopa!"
That's a pretty high quality plot twist right there.
So like Jarvis was saying, unlike the rest of the game, the timers in Bowser's Castle, it's split into 3 sections, and they're universal within the section. So like the flame bars in this part are all synced, and the platforms after the Bowser fight are all synced as well. Depending on the moves I make, even before they're on screen. So this is the last little auto-scroller section. It's not very long, but this game is very auto-scroller happy.
We have a $25 donation from Justin6, who says, "My girlfriend just lost her father to cancer, and I want to prevent others from having to deal with such a terrible loss. Keep up the good work. Oh, and screw the animals. Destroy them." We have a $50 donation from Zeiss, who says, "I just discovered AGDQ for the first time, and I was so touched by the effort of the event that I just had to be a part of it."
Now, if you want to play this safe with the helicopter, which why would you want to do that? You can just continually helicopter through the entire thing, and you'll end up just fine, but...
Now everything about Bowser is random, including the fireballs he throws at me in this chamber. So that was a pretty good pattern. He likes to do stupid things like that and make me fall into the hole there. Yeah, this is not time, by the way.
Obviously the propeller makes that phase of the fight very, very easy. If you didn't have the propeller, you would have to wait for fireballs, and he shoots. The amount he shoots out is pretty random.
Yeah, you can only get under him when he jumps really high. This isn't like any of the other Mario games where you can just run into him and use your invincibility to walk through him. He'll still just bounce you right off.
All right. I believe you can jump over him, but it's very tricky to do.
And there's another high-quality plot twist as well.
Rest in peace, Magic Koopa.
For this next part, he's trying to direct Bowser's fireballs to shoot at him. So what he's trying to do is to have the fireballs aim higher. That way the fireballs doesn't destroy the ground he's standing on.
I jumped early. It's fine. Okay, time is going to be when I hit the big switch at the end of this section. I missed the cycle there. So it's coming up right here. And time. .28. That's pretty good for missing 5-4, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. And that is New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
You want to show the 5-4 skip?
I already missed it. I was just going to show it if I didn't have an attempt.
Yeah, okay.
Here we see Princess Peach has some like Sailor Moon magic power here. I have no idea why she doesn't use that to defend herself. She just hovers down there. Just before we go here, I should point out 2 years ago I actually ran this co-op with my wife. It wasn't a solo effort by me. She's sitting somewhere out there in the audience. Hi, honey.
Also, just wanted to give a real quick shout out to my family and friends and my girlfriend, who I know are all watching at home. So thank you guys for your support.
All right, that was New Super Mario Bros. Wii, run by Emo Arbiter. Great run. And up next, we have Fire Emblem Path of Radiance or Path of Dawn. We're going to go to a quick 60-second break, and we'll be back.
All right, welcome back. We are now going to be playing Radiant Dawn, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, that is. It did win the bid war. Let's
What?
Alright, so we have to explain Wrath.
Yeah.
Wrath and Edward's level up straight away.
Oh, we are? Alright, cool.
Alright. So this is Radiant Dawn. The Fire Emblem released on the Wii in 2007.
Alright, do you just want us to start by talking a little bit about the run?
Yeah.
Alright, so thank you very much for choosing Radiant Dawn over Path of Radiance, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, they're both very good games, but I feel that from a speedrun perspective, Radiant Dawn is very interesting, has a lot of variety to it. One thing to note is that before we begin, we have something called file transfers in Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. Basically, if you get max capped stats on certain characters in Path of Radiance and then get them back in Radiant Dawn, they'll get some slight stat boosts. So we're going to take that to advantage for speedrun setting. And yeah, I mean, some key things to keep in mind if you're new to Fire Emblem. If a character dies, they're gone for good. And so there's a little bit of drama throughout the run, and by that I mean there's always that overarching risk of death. And there isn't going to be any prologue or anything like that. I mean, there's going to be a prologue, but there isn't going to be any tutorials or anything, so we're just going to explain the game as we go.
Alright, time starts. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. We have this Myrmidon called Edward. We need him to gain several points of strength immediately.
Yeah, make sure we're going fast.
Definitely one of the first things to do in any Fire Emblem game.
Alright, so you might notice that Micaiah, that's our mage, just attacked. You won't be seeing too much of that. Magic users aren't used very often in this run, unfortunately.
What we're looking for is Edward needs to be hit at least one time. When he bites the boss, he'll be put into Wrath HP. Wrath's a very important skill early on. It increases your crit rate by 50, which is quite significant.
One quick thing to note, if you're playing this game kind of normally, what happens is you attack and there's like a battle animation that goes, but in the menu you turn those off, and this saves a substantial amount of time. In Path of Radiance, you actually don't have the option, even if you turn off battle animations, there's still kind of a little battle animation thing that plays out on the map. But in this, you can turn it off altogether, which is really, really nice. I'm glad they had that feature.
It definitely speeds up the pace.
Wrath.
So much for Wrath.
What we need is strength now.
On a quick roll call, I'm Butters BB.
Molotov.
Gwimpage.
Yep.
Alright, so
Yep.
Leonardo is an archer. He can only attack indirectly. And this is an axe user. You'll be seeing a lot more of axes later, but not right now. Oof. Now, if you're playing this on a harder difficulty, the axe user would be used a lot more because he's very hardy defense-wise. But for the purpose of this speedrun, we're mostly just about killing things quickly. So
Edward's the way to go.
Yeah, Edward's the option for now.
Alright, since Edward does not have 9 strength, we're going to need to use Leonardo. Normally, if Edward has 9 strength, he's fine killing stuff on his own, but we need help from Leo.
Yeah, so something to keep in mind is that level ups are not fixed in this game. There's a very RNG element to the level ups.
Edward has a really shaky hit rate, so I'm going to battle save.
Right. Battle save is kind of unique to this game. Typically in a Fire Emblem game, if you can suspend data, you know, if you need to go to work or something, and then go back to the map. But if you die, then the suspend data doesn't like save before the death. You know, you'd have to start the entire thing over again if you don't want a character to die. But in this game, they decided to be nice and allow you to actually save, you know, mid-match. Typically in a speedrun, you wouldn't do this at all, but it's a marathon, so we're just doing it for safety. Like, it's not something that's going to be abused, so don't worry about that.
We traded the hand axe from Micaiah to Nolan. Nolan's going to be putting that to good use.
Yes, hand axes are really useful because they attack directly and indirectly. So if someone attacks from a range, you can hit with a hand axe. If they attack you straight up, you can also counter with a hand axe. So very useful.
And they're also very strong and accurate too.
Oh yeah. In previous Fire Emblem games, the big weakness of axes is the hit rate was rather low. But in this game, they really buffed axes. So their hit rate is no longer an issue, and they have high attack power. So.
This is the first appearance of Soth, who was one of your characters in Path of Radiance.
Yes, so
it's your first transfer bonus.
Yeah, so one thing I mentioned before, the way transfer bonuses work is if you capped a stat on a character and then you get them back, then they'll get bonuses to whatever stat they capped beforehand. Soth is unique in that he's the only one where his stats in the previous game actually directly transfer over.
That being said, Soth has flat cap stats, whatever possible in Path of Radiance.
Yeah, in Path of Radiance, he was the only character that could not promote. At the time, it didn't really make sense, but I guess they were really planning this ahead of time, so. Yeah. So, Soth is really, really useful for a speedrun because he comes in pre-promoted. Now, basically, in Fire Emblem, there's something called promotion system. So you start off like with a low-level base class, and then after you level up to at least 10, you can use an item to promote to a more powerful class. So you get stat bonuses and whatnot, and extra skills as well. And this game actually has 3 tiers, so there's a promotion after your initial promotion as well. So Soth is what you'd call a tier 2, so he's promoted from a base unit. And the trap in Fire Emblems is if you have a pre-promoted unit amongst a bunch of non-promoted units, they kind of suck up experience that could be used for the non-promoted units that will end up becoming much more powerful later. And so you have to be careful of that, but in a speed run when we're just trying to go through the maps as quickly as possible, a pre-promoted unit is really useful.
Soth's going to be a very important character early on in the run. He's going to drop off because his strength cap is very low, but he's going to be very useful.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note is, well, I guess slight spoilers, but basically the way Radiant Dawn works is there's a lot of different arcs, and so you're actually switching between different kind of teams, like totally different characters, depending on where you are in the story. So right now we're in part 1, which is the Dawn Brigade chapters, and basically the Dawn Brigade, the characters that you have available at this point in the game are significantly weaker than a lot of the options that you have later. And so you really have to kind of take advantage of the strengths that you do have.
Something I should point out, this formation looks very dangerous. You could see a soldier standing right beside Laura who could one-shot her, but technically she can counterattack with her staff, so the enemy prioritizes attacking the NPC.
It's very unique. Usually staff users can't counterattack at all, but this game they kind of can.
Yeah, and the NPCs in this map are just, if they survive, you get some extra bonus experience, but other than that, it's not really that important.
Right. Bonus experience we'll talk about a little later, but it's a pretty key factor in this game. All right. First menu, awesome. So there's a force system in this game. You can increase your amount of damage, hit rate, crit rate, whatever on weapons, which is quite useful. Oh, support erased.
Yeah, he gets rid of that support because later on, if Micaiah and Soth are within a certain range of each other, there will be a little animation that plays before combat, and he just wants to save a few frames every time.
Yeah, a very common feature in Fire Emblem games is the support system. Basically, if you have two characters next to each other for an extended period of time, then they eventually get the option to have a conversation and then get like support levels. This is really fun from like a storyline point of view because you get to learn more about the characters and build relationships and stuff. And from a gameplay point of view, they could also get stat bonuses if they're near each other. But for the purpose of the run, they're voided because, as he said, there's a little animation that plays. So, whatever.
All right. Edward failed to critical hit this tiger. This means I have to kill him and waste the turn. This isn't bad, but this means the Lagoos, this cat that I'm about to fight is going to be able to transform. And when Lagoos are transformed, their stats double.
Also, the first instance of using a thief to find random items hidden in the map.
Yeah.
Because they have a 100% chance of finding items.
Thieves have a thief bonus in this map where it's not 100%, but it's a very high chance. Alright. Since I got hit, I need to collect this chest, but I can't do it without endangering Edward, so I need to keep myself safe. And we collect Beast Bow, which is an important skill for much later on.
Yeah, it's a skill that increases damage against Lagoos enemies, Beast Lagoos anyway.
There you go. All right. Edward getting it in. About average gross for Edward so far.
So if you notice, we've been collecting all these stat boosters and we haven't been using them yet. We're saving them for a specific character later on, who's very important to the run.
Nice. Level up, Soph. Get that skill.
Do I have time for a quick donation?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Pretty related to what you just went through there. Yo, Gwimpage, good luck on the run. I hope you get bodied by Ed Nerd. By the way, this is from Rosale. Make sure you remember our backup strats for part 4. This donation goes to saving Astrid, if possible.
So yeah, slight spoilers, but part of this run, I mentioned before that if a character dies, they're gone for good in this game. Now there's going to be a lot of characters that we just straight do not use, just because there's only going to be a few characters that are really going to get heavy playtime. Well, more so than normally for Fire Emblem run, because this game you have to use so many different characters. But towards the end, or like when we reach part 4, there's going to be this map where you have to, a whole bunch of units have to die in order to advance. And the proper speedrun strat is actually to kill off some of your own units in order to make things go by faster, which is a big no-no for a lot of Fire Emblem players, because part of the fun is trying to keep everyone alive. So I don't know, I mean, maybe we can set some sort of like soft goal that could maybe turn this into a deathless run.
Yeah, so we just shoved this off a bunch of times. This is so you could reach the right side of the map a lot faster, because if you take too long on this map, reinforcements will appear. The goal of this map is to kill all enemies, and by more enemies spawning, the longer this map will take, so we need to rush off to the right side of the map.
Right. So you'll notice those green units, they're neutral units. These are actually characters that can be, can join your army, and they're returning characters from Path of Radiance, which means that they're characters that will have transferred stats. So again, the way it works is on whatever previous file, if they have capped stats, then whatever they cap, they'll get like a +2 to that stat. Of these 3 characters, one of them is particularly important.
That little green dragon right there is going to be a complete monster for this run.
Yeah.
Follows the typical Fire Emblem rule that
of training a early game flyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it also helps that Dragon Riders are particularly good in this game because they're no longer weak to bows.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that's nice about neutral units is because they don't gain experience, if they're actually like effective at killing things, it's a nice time saver.
We also had Bolug join this chapter. Bolug's a very high movement character, and he kills things very fast, but Bolug's going to drop off eventually because Bolug is locked to 1 range, and the best way to kill things is to have access to 1-2 range, and Bolug doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No Lagoos has that, but some are more useful than others, especially at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem with Lagoos in a speedrun sense is that they have to waste a turn in order to actually transform, and pretty much every turn is important, so... Still, a few of them do get used. Especially, well, and a bunch of them get used later, but that's its own thing.
Alright, Jill just joined our group, and we're going to start off by immediately beefing her up with everything that we've gotten so far.
Yeah, so let me portray just how important Jill is, and someone else is going to be coming later. So Draco Knights, they're a mounted unit. Now, mounted units in this game, they can attack and then move again. They can rescue and then move again. They have high constitution, and so they can rescue a lot of different units. Let's see here. They have really high stats. They use axes, which are like the best thing in this game because hand axes you get early and can attack directly and indirectly and have high attack power.
They can also fly over terrain and not have penalties.
So they're better than a regular mounted unit because they can just fly over things. I mean, what's supposed to be weaknesses to flying units is that they get like, there are certain weapons that have a huge attack bonus against them. This is usually the problem with them in Fire Emblem games. In previous Fire Emblem games, the problem with Wyvern Riders is that they're weak to bows and magic because they have really low resistance. And in this game, they also get Thunder Magic is also super effective against them, in addition to them just having low resistance. But here's the thing. In this game, they are not weak to bows. Why they made this decision, I have no clue, but it just makes them all the more godlike. Magic is rather weak in this game compared to previous Fire Emblem games. Tomes just have really low base damage on them. Enemies rarely, if ever, use Thunder Magic. It's like very rare. And as far as the low resistance goes, there's a system called bonus experience, which I think you just used, right?
Yeah,
a little.
So with bonus experience, the way it works in this game is if you level up using bonus experience, you always get 3 stats leveled up. Like if in a regular encounter you get a level up, you can get a whole bunch of stat boosts. You might get no stat boosts. It all depends. It's kind of random. Obviously, they have different growths depending on the character, but it's locked so that you always get 3 stats boosted. So if you get your stats capped, and it's just going to pick whatever 3 aren't capped yet. So once her stats get all capped out, then she's going to, the game's going to have no choice but to start leveling up your resistance. So that whole low resistance thing basically becomes a non-issue.
Yeah, so if you notice, Turonio got hit by a hammer. A hammer is super effective against armored units. Turonio isn't in any danger on this map, but he's also a very strong unit for this point of the game. Why the game gives you this character this early, I have no idea, but he's going to be leaving after this chapter for a while.
And also you'll notice that he promoted Jill early. He needs the extra movement point from promotion for the next map.
Yeah, she goes from 8 move to 9 move, and that's pretty crucial for reaching some of these enemies over here and in the next chapter. So what I haven't mentioned yet is we've actually been watching Jill's stats. She needs to reach like certain milestones in her stats to be able to kill this boss. And she needs 17 strength and 19 speed, both of which she reaches very quickly thanks to transfers.
Yeah, and here some of the units are forced, and he's just getting them out of the way because otherwise that ballista will fire on them.
Yeah, the ballista has an animation, which actually wastes quite a bit of time, so we're just getting out of the way, and we're minimizing combat to this level.
Shout out to Fiona up there. It's a unit that you could recruit, and I mean, you could use her, but you know, we're not going to. Got that light blue armor.
It's another one of those things where, depending on how many of these NPCs survive, you would get extra bonus experience.
Right.
But it really doesn't matter.
In a speedrun sense, you actually want them to die because if they survive with 1 or 2 HP, they will heal, and healing takes a lot longer than just straight up dying.
Yeah.
And we have Tyronio's weapon unequipped.
Oh no, bros.
This actually entices the enemy into attacking him since he can't counterattack, despite Volug actually being able to take damage from the enemies. So we're going to be abusing this a lot in the run. Enemies typically will attack people that are unarmed.
The AI is very cowardly.
There you go.
And this boss drops a really important skill called Paragon. We'll be putting this to use much later on.
It doubles your experience gains.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, so characters come in having certain skills that sometimes they activate during battle, sometimes they're passive. One thing that's cool about this game is that you can basically take skills off or add them in at will. Like some of them are locked to a character, but a lot of them you just kind of swap out between characters. So there'll be times where a character will be important simply because we can get a certain skill from them.
Speaking of which, one of them joins in this map.
Tormod, Mirim, and Baika are joining this map. Mirim's a very good character, but his problem is that he doesn't often start the map transformed. He has to gain his Laguz gauge, and it's just much slower to transform him, so we're going to avoid transforming him whenever. But we'll be abusing him when he does join transform.
Yeah, one of the great things about this map is that most of the enemies don't move. Yeah. So you're kind of free to do what you want.
So Tormod and Morim are returning characters, so they have 6 stat boosts. Now, something to keep in mind about what makes a character useful for this run. A character can have like really good stats and be like legit good characters and not necessarily be good for a speedrun. Now, something to keep in mind is that one of the big factors in determining how good a character is their availability. Now, as I mentioned before, the way this game works is you're switching off between different storylines, and so you get a bunch of different characters. Sometimes you'll have characters that will like kind of switch between arcs and come out a lot, and sometimes you'll have characters that you'll see for a little bit and then not see for a long time, but their stats don't change. The worst offenders of this are Tormod, Mirim, and Vika here. You're going to see them a bit for part 1, and then you're not going to see them again for most of the game. And by the time they finally get back, it's late game and they have the same stats.
And by the way, that was a rescue train. It's pretty much what it looks like. You pick up one unit with a low movement unit with a high movement unit and trade them off in such a way that you can cover a whole lot more distance in far less turns.
Mikai is still at level 1, so on top of having low movement, she's killed by anything. So we need to keep her safe, and some maps she actually needs to seize a tile. And we're going to be abusing everyone to keep her safe and get her to the objective much faster.
Also your first Laguz Royal.
Right.
And they're incredibly powerful.
Yeah, so Laguz Royals are different from regular Laguz for a couple reasons. First off, outside the fact that their base stats are absolutely ridiculous, and they have unique skills and everything, they have the ability to actually transform at will. So instead of having to waste a turn transforming and having to manage their transform gauge, because like when they attack, that uses up this kind of meter, and once they run out of meter, then they change back into human form. They don't have that, so they can transform and attack on the same turn, and they don't have to do any meter management, so they're just ridiculously good.
Yeah. Several bandits in this map actually have venom axes. When they connect, they inflict poison, which is very bad because at the start of every turn, you have to watch a poison animation, and it really adds up if you get poisoned early on.
Alright, so Zahark has a Brave Sword. Brave Swords, or Brave weapons in general, are really good, because typically the way it works is you attack 2 times. Well, you attack once. If you have if your speed stat is at least greater than the speed stat of your enemy by 4, then you double attack. With a Brave Sword, instead of a double attack, you do a quadruple attack because a regular attack attacks twice. So Brave Swords are, yeah, they're pretty ridiculous. And the amount of damage, like the base amount damage is actually pretty good too, so.
Yeah, and as you can see, he prioritizes killing the enemies that can't actually hurt him.
Yep, the priest can't attack you at all, so you have to prioritize defeating them before more reinforcements come and prolong the map.
Love it.
So no poison, that's good.
Good.
Alright, this next map is our first Fog of War chapter. Do you guys want to explain Fog of War?
Basically, it just obscures your vision to a certain range. Some units have a greater vision range, like thieves, for example.
You could also use an item called Torch, which also increases your vision range. One of the problems with Fog of War is that you can't really see where the enemies are, so if you kind of charge in blindly with, you move around and you bump into an enemy, then they get all startled and then their turn ends, which can be a problem.
And we have this character named the Black Knight that joins us.
So yeah, the Black Knight. He's like a story character or whatever. His whole thing is he's like the mightiest knight in all the land or whatever. And his stats reflect that because he is absolutely ridiculous.
And he was actually previously a villain in Path of Radiance.
Right. He's sort of a villain in this game. It's complicated, I'm not going to get into it. But basically, all you need to know is he's absolutely overpowered for this point in the game and for the game in general. Like, you can see he has 70 hit points, which is pretty absurd because most characters can't get over like 60. His overall base stats are ridiculously high. He has an ability called Eclipse that I think does, what, 5 times damage?
Yep, and it neutralizes their defense, so...
Yeah, that's the thing about most mastery skills in this game. It's like when you hit tier 3, you get a unique class skill that comes with it, and most of them boil down to destroy whatever it hits.
Yeah.
They have a secondary effect, but you'll never see it because nothing will ever survive it.
Yes. Another thing is, in this game, weapons have usage to them. So if a weapon runs out of usage, then it breaks. Black Knight has a sword that can hit directly and indirectly, which is really, really good for a sword and usually isn't a thing. And it has unlimited uses, so why not?
Alright, we're going to be doing a ton of different things for this map. This is the final chapter for part 1, and lots of different units are going to be leaving our party. So we need to set everything up.
Okay. So a quick thing, you gave Nayla, I think her name is, right? You gave Nayla an ability called Pass. Pass is really good because usually you can't like walk through an enemy, they're kind of blocking the way. But with Pass you can just go straight through them, which is really useful.
Yeah, and you'll notice that like Ilyana has a lot of the useful things. That's because she shows up later on. So it's sort of like you use her to transfer skills and items to different squads.
Right, so as I mentioned before, this game has different story arcs, so you have like different teams that you're switching off between. They don't, at this point in the game, they do not share convoy. Basically, when you're in base, there's this thing called convoy where if you don't want someone holding an item, you can store it. But the teams don't share storage right now. But if a character like shows up later in the story, they'll still be holding on to whatever they had before when you were using them. So in the case of this character, Ilyana, you give her a bunch of stuff so that when she shows up in whatever next story she shows up in, she's already holding it. So, pretty useful.
We just used our first dancer unit of the run named Raphael.
Dancer unit. So, usually in Fire Emblem games, there's a class called Dancer. The whole gimmick is they can't attack, but they can give someone else an extra turn. So, the Dancer units in Radiant Dawn are called Herons. They're these white-winged Lagoos. So there's actually 3 of them in this game. So this is the first one, Raphael. His deal is he has really bad movement compared to the other Herons, but he doesn't have to transform, and he can already give up to 4 units an extra turn. So basically, whoever's adjacent to him gets an extra turn, which is really good.
And this is definitely another one of those useful maps to use a rescue train.
Yeah.
Because Micaiah would take forever to get up here on her own, and she'd be in a lot of danger. But you had the Black Knight and Nayla, who are pretty much invincible, and they could just clear the way for her.
Yep, we just transferred the Black Knight from the bottom floor to almost the top of the map, just in one go. So rescue chaining can get people around really fast.
Oh no, reinforcements.
And you'll notice here that he'll move Nayla off to the right. And that's actually to block one of the enemies that would get an extra attack on Micaiah, and then she would actually more than likely die.
Right.
Yep, Micaiah's one shot by...
Yo, Maureen punch! So, Lagoos need to be transformed to really be effective. If you direct attack them and they're not transformed, they can counterattack with like this weak, innocuous punch. So an enemy just attacked Maureen and he critted them with that weak, innocuous punch. So, yeah. Yeah.
Total overkill.
Alright, and that's part 1.
Alright.
And Micaiah promotes, and she's still
Level
not
1.
much
Oh,
better.
look at those stat boosts. Oh, yeah.
Oh man.
A little more and she'll be in double digits.
Alright, we're starting the second arc of the story, so this means we're getting control of a completely different group. And we have one special character joining on this map.
Yes. Alright, so now we're in the, this arc I guess would be Alencia and her knights. So we're going to start off with Alencia's group, and then we're going to switch over to Joffrey and his knights for, let's see, Crimea I believe is the country. Right. Okay, so on the top left there, a new character just joined. It's the guy in black there. So this black rider, he was in the previous game, he's back again. His name is Har. Now, the name of this game is Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, but a little known fact is that when they were actually developing this game, there was a big debate in terms of what they should call it. And for most people, the actual name of this game is, well, it was originally called Radiant Har. Now, the reason why this game is Radiant Har is because Har is absolutely absurd in this game. So we mentioned before just how good Dragon Riders or Wyvern Riders, whatever you want to call them, how good they are in this game. So Har comes in, he's already got absolutely ridiculous base stats. I talked about how character availability is a thing. Har is in this game more than the main characters are. Like, he's all over the place regardless of the story arc. He's just...
Yeah, he starts good and he stays good.
He starts good, his growths are good. You know, whatever resistance weaknesses he has are taken care of with bonus experience. He just got a resistance level up because why not?
To top it off, Har also uses the best weapon in the game.
Oh yeah,
her axes, by far.
Yeah, Har just like... He's like the best character you can possibly have in this game.
All right.
He like takes advantage of every oversight.
So this next chapter stars everyone's favorite Nephany. Stuff can go wrong this map because the boss is very tricky to kill sometimes if Nephany misses, which isn't uncommon. So we're going to start this map off by clearing off all the starting enemies. We need to wait for Heather, which is a thief who joins with a pass skill. We're also going to be putting her to use later on.
Yo, Nephany.
It's unfortunate that Nephany is not going to be seeing much use this run.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately she's not mounted and she kind of comes in low level, so, yeah. But one thing that's cool about Radiant Dawn as a speedrun is the fact that you, like, you know, get the opportunity to use characters like this that normally you wouldn't use.
Yeah, and the speedrun you're using everybody you could possibly use that are good anyways.
Look at that stat growth.
Like I said, we have to wait for Heather, so we're just going to wait here for a little bit.
As an aside, one thing to keep in mind, this is kind of just a general rule of thumb with Fire Emblem games. Certain stats are much more essential for growth than others. Like in general, in Fire Emblem games, like the most important stat you need is speed, because you want to be able to double hit things, and you don't want to get double hit yourself. After that, it's usually like strength or magic, depending on what the character does. And then after that, we'll say defense, if you're a character that you want to put out there and just eat a whole lot of damage.
Nice. Definitely discard that boss.
The stat growth is so good.
Would I have time for a quick donation?
Yep.
All right, so we have a $100 donation from RPG Zero.
Oh, thank you, dude.
What an amazing night. We had crazy platforming in Kaizo Mario, and now we have insane menuing in Fire Emblem. Seriously, to be able to put the menu that fast is the dream of every hardcore RPG gamer. I hope that somehow managed to win the Fire Emblem bundle. Please put $50 towards Ocarina of Time blindfolded and $50 towards using Aerith in the final battle of FF7.
Something to note there is that if he hadn't gotten a critical hit on that first attack, he would have had to trade over a javelin and attack again.
So one thing you'll notice, that we've got a new Heron, that's Leanne. So all the Herons are different. With Leanne's thing, instead of giving 4 people an extra turn, she gives 2 people an extra turn, either horizontally or adjacent to her. And if she transforms, it still stays with the 2, but she gets a movement bonus.
On easy mode, the objective for this map is defeat boss. Normally it's arrive, but a defeat boss is much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it changes a few objectives throughout the game.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Oh man, those level ups where you get nothing but 1 hit points.
And that's the last time we'll see Lucia. She's gone for quite a bit.
Yeah.
And when she joins back, she's...
Alright, so we just did kind of a we're still in part 2, but now we're in the other team in part 2, which is Joffrey and his knights. Of the knights that we have available right now, Joffrey's definitely the one that's going to be used the most. He has good base stats, his level's pretty high as well.
Yeah, him and Kiran are definitely the stars of this group.
Yeah, Kiran, he's the second highest level, also second highest base stats, so. And he uses axes, which is really good.
Alright, so this is probably the first longer map of the run. So far, everything's been really fast-paced, but there's lots of enemies on this map, and the goal is to reach the other side with Joffrey, so we're just going to be moving Kiran and Joffrey as far as we can each turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only way through is through the massive horde.
Bam.
So now would be a good time for donations.
All right, then. We have a $25 donation from Gwimpage. Hey guys, no spaces. 2 of my favorite Fire Emblem games, so I'm happy regardless which of them gets ran. Let Molotov choose where this $25 goes, because he's such an awesome guy and to watch and listen to. Ike is best husbando.
Guess I should say kill the animals.
All right.
You could also say violence, storm, blood, but
Or that, yes.
Yes. In that same vein, we do have donation sims coming up, such as the one Butters just mentioned for Violent Storm to turn on the blood. We definitely want to see some blood in that game.
So violent.
So violent. And $25 from Amazon. Love Fire Emblem. Keep up the good work. And $25 from Yintsai. I've been waiting for Fire Emblem to donate again. Love the series, and Awakening is one of my favorite games of all time. The marathon is going spectacular so far. It's great to see all the support and attention being given to this event. I lost my uncle to cancer, and I hope the money raised makes it so people in the future won't have to lose their loved one to cancer.
So I think that donator mentioned Fire Emblem Awakening, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Awakening is an interesting speed run because, so right now we're having an enemy phase, so, you know, the enemies coming in, we have to kind of wait for their attacks to be done. That's, you know, a pretty classic Fire Emblem thing, but what's interesting about Awakening is you can actually push the start button and it just totally skips the enemy phase, so you don't have to sit through all this. From like a speedrun point of view, that means that it cuts down time significantly, but from like kind of an entertainment standpoint, it's like, kind of takes away some of the drama.
You're staring at a black screen the entire run.
Also, that's a game where you would not choose to totally ignore supports because it's pretty essential.
So what we're looking for on Joffrey is we want at least 1 point of speed. This will be significant much later on in the run, but it's not essential that he gains this point in speed. It only saves a little bit of time.
Just terrifying boulder weapons.
These catapults are pretty worthless. They're an area of effect attack, but they usually only deal 1 damage at a time. I'm not sure why they exist.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of cool is like Joffrey isn't a special class or lord or anything, but you know, he is the leader of this particular chapter. Like usually in Fire Emblem games, you always have to have like some sort of lord or something on the map, but in this game, there are actually a decent amount of chapters where that's not the case, so I kind of like the variety.
Yeah. So we placed Kieran to fight this halberdier here. This halberdier drops a speed wing, which is an item that increases a unit speed by 2, so we definitely want to be putting that to use.
Yeah, and speed is a pretty important stat.
And Joffrey failed to get speed.
That 1 hit point. And one thing that's nice about this, about Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn compared to other Fire Emblems is that with the bonus experience feature, it sort of takes out a lot of the RNG element. Because, you know, if you don't get the level ups that you need, you can sort of bonus experience your way through.
Alright. So this is the chapter where we beef up Har with everything that we have again.
Yeah. In this version of the game, you can actually, when you hit level 21, you promote to the next tier.
Right.
So he doesn't need a promotion item for this. He can just straight up go to tier 3 way early in the game.
Yep.
Which allows him to do some pretty crazy damage.
Yeah. Okay, so I misspoke there when I said you needed an item. My bad.
You could use an item.
You could use an item, my bad. So yeah, you'll notice that usually he'd get 3 stat boosts, but because he capped everything, now he's only
getting 1.
Yeah. Luck, yeah. He even capped resistance, so. Alright. There we go.
Alright,
Flash
here
charge.
we go. Har's tier 3 on the second map that we got him.
Dragon Lord.
And we want to reach 32 strength for an important boss kill later on. Just something minor.
Yeah, and so now he also gained his mastery skill, which is stun, which triples damage.
Because why not? Well, it triples damage, and if they don't die, then they get stunned, but they're not going to not die, so...
There's no way.
Alright, so basically what's happening in the story right now is that there's this dude that wants to overthrow Valencia, so he's organized this whole huge rebel army to take her on and siege her castle, so you notice there's quite a few units here.
And like all good defend maps, they have a secondary condition, which is to defeat the boss and it ends immediately.
Right.
This is one of those.
Right.
We could wait out the entire 15 turns, or just kill the boss.
Yeah.
In those 15 turns, those guys might break down that door.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a lot of turns to wait right now, and like, for him to be able to assemble this army, he has to have some good strategic value. I mean, he's not just going to leave himself totally unprotected, so...
He didn't just charge right at us.
Yeah.
So this map is interesting because we can actually complete this map in 1 turn, but it's actually much faster just to charge and unequip our weapon.
I mean, either way, like, look at all those enemies you have surrounding you. Oh, wait, never mind. And that is why flying units are really, really good. Yep.
And that's the end of part 2. Part 2's
Yes, good job, good job. All right, so part 2 out of the way. Now we go to part 3, which is the Grail Mercenaries. That's Ike and his army. Now, this is kind of, if you're playing this game casually, this particular transition is kind of jarring because up till now, you've had teams that are limited in scope to a degree. Like they always have kind of some weaknesses or some problems getting through certain maps. And then we get into the Grail Mercenaries, in which like everyone on your team is ridiculously overpowered from the word go.
You go from like militia to seasoned veterans.
Yeah. So like all these characters are from the previous game. They come in already with high base stats, plus whatever bonuses they might have. They all have good growths. Like,
but unfortunately, the first map that they show up is also one where you are heavily reliant on the NPCs to actually do something.
Yeah.
Because the objective is for the Skirmir, the lion in charge of the other NPCs.
Oh, wow.
He has to actually reach the revive tile.
That was scary.
Yo,
I might have missed heal her.
Hero Myrmidon, or Swordmaster, whatever he was.
There we go, Mist's being used.
Oh man, Mist. Yes, Mist got some use. Cherish that moment, you're not seeing it again.
You normally never see Mist being used ever in the speedrun, but it's her lucky day.
The AI is really good here. It likes to choose bad places to stop before attacking, and it roadblocks itself.
So, like we mentioned before, Lagoos are locked to one range. They can only attack what's in front of them. And these enemies are guarding choke points, and it's very easy for them to get stuck on each other. And there's also a pair of 2 really weak cats that will just get stuck on something and cause everybody else to just traffic jam on them.
Push.
Yeah, that's why he wants to weaken a whole bunch of these guys so that they can have a chance of actually creating a hole.
Yeah, so something that Gatry just did there was he pushed Rolf in order so that Rolf could move up to that particular ballista. So non-Lagoos units have this, like, just kind of have this natural skill called push. Or, sorry, non-mounted units. Non-mounted units have this natural skill called push. Some people have Smite, which is sort of an improved version of push, but basically the idea is you push someone forward a space. It doesn't do any damage or anything. It's just something you can either push your ally or an opponent forward 1 space. That doesn't seem that good at first, but it actually has a lot of uses. You know, namely, you know, for characters that need to move a certain amount of spaces, but they are like one-off, then you can push them instead, and then they can move further. Or you can do like a push string where you just keep pushing and pushing. And it actually comes in handy against a boss much later in the game, but yeah.
So we're just watching the NPCs. We're just hoping that they're going to be, at least like use their brain and not get stuck. So this upcoming barricade is probably the hardest for the Lagoos to get through. There's these 2 armor knights. Armor knights in Fire Emblem games typically have a lot of defense and HP. And these Lagoos have trouble killing them. Especially since behind them are fire mages, and fire magic is effective against beast Lagoos.
One thing as an aside, so there's 2 key Lagoos on the neutral side. There's Skirmir and Ranulf. If either of them dies, then it's chapter over. But that isn't going to happen, so yeah.
Yeah, that roadblock wouldn't be much of an issue if Skirmir led the army.
Yeah.
Because he could take out any of these guys, no problem. But he hangs in the back for whatever reason.
Which is kind of against his character, but whatever.
Alright, like before, we're weakening some enemies for the Lagoos to have a greater chance of breaking through. It's actually bad for me to get a crit there, because if I get a crit, they instantly die, and somewhere in the dark, there are actually more mages, and they will replace the dead mage, and they'll have full HP. So it's lucky that I didn't get any crits on the mages.
Yeah, and also you want to reach the boss area as soon as you can, just because you want Ike to take on the boss.
Yep.
And there's this priest in the corner.
Okay, so sorry, what just happened there is, so there's different types of Lagoos. You got these, you know, more intimidating beast-looking ones, then you got the cat-looking ones. The cats are really, really weak. And they are not going to do much to these armored knights outside of make a roadblock that we have to wait now.
But yeah, that priest in the corner attracts some of unwanted fury from Skirmir and his gang. So the idea is that you want to kind of block that guy off so they can't reach him.
As Skirmir reaches the top right corner of the map, he actually starts prioritizing attacking over ending the map, because Skirmir bot-wise is an idiot. And he just wants to fight people, so gameplay-wise he just causes some problems by prioritizing attacking. So the reason—
There's a lesson to be learned there somewhere.
Yeah, the reason why we want to end this map as soon as possible is because of the very lengthy other phases. For every turn, it takes about 40 seconds for these Lagoos to finish moving. So if we were to lose any turns over like 6 turns, we would lose 40 seconds every time. And if the Lagoos get stuck on each other, it's very possible just to lose a bunch of time to nothing but RNG.
All right, I'm going to try and shove a quick donation in here. It's from Ayla Bright Eyes for $50. Alrighty then, Gwim. It's your least favorite mod here. Trying to distract you again. Slayer hype, Beast Killer hype, Die-Hard hype. Don't forget to transform Screamer, Giggle hype, or something like that anyways. Good luck.
Alright, so we're going to employ a rescue drop here. I just used this move and we're going to drop him closer, much closer to the boss, sorry. Ike is the only person that can actually one round the boss on his own. So he's pretty important for killing all the enemies.
Yeah, so one thing is, so Ike is like, well, he's technically not a lord, but we'll say he plays the role of a lord in this game. And as far as like a lord tier list, Ike would be pretty high up there. Usually in a lot of Fire Emblem speedruns, lords don't get a whole lot of use. They tend to just kind of sit back and maybe get ferried over in order to seize a map. But Ike as a unit is absolutely absurd in terms of his strength. Like from the get-go, he has absolutely ridiculous stats, and from as the game goes on, his stats get more ridiculous. And he gets an absolutely ridiculous weapon. And either way, there's going to be a required fight that Ike has to do later on. So yeah, Ike's going to get levels.
So just like that, when Skirmir moved, he actually forced a 7 turn. There's no way for Skirmir to reach the seize point from where he's at right now, so we'll have to just take a 7 turn.
Yeah, but at least with the enemies gone, it's not a huge deal.
Alright, now's a good time for donations as well.
We do have a $25 donation from Max7. Love Fire Emblem, love you guys, love the cause. Take my money and let's fight for our friends.
Yes.
And $25 from Pat B. The Fire Emblem run is driving me crazy. So much XP not being earned. Loving it though.
Yeah, so funny thing about like Fire Emblem is that normally like getting as much experience as possible and like dispersing it and everything is like a big part of the game. The funny thing about a speedrun for Fire Emblem is that levels ups and like experience are kind of a bad thing, because when you kill someone and you get experience, then it takes time for that meter to go up. So one thing that's nice about bonus experience is that you can skip over that meter going up. And actually there's a lot of situations where we want to use like level capped people that can't get any more experience, because they'll take someone out and then you don't have to wait for the animation of the experience.
Yep, and we're also promoting Titania here. Normally you can't promote her ever, but on easy mode you actually get an increased amount of bonus experience after every map. So thanks to easy mode bonus experience, we're allowed to promote Titania instantly.
Yeah.
Awkward.
And you'll notice that he'll move Sheenan not all the way up against the wall. There's this guy on the other side of the wall that has a longbow. If he was against the wall, then he would attack from 3 spaces away. He couldn't reach him from there. But this way he'll trick him into coming against the wall and being in range.
Yeah, something about Shinon. He has an ability called Provoke, wherein enemies' AI like prioritizes attacking him. This is actually a really good ability because it allows you to sort of manipulate the AI. And Shinon as a unit is very hardy. You wouldn't think it at first because he's supposed to be an archer, but he can just tank armies for days.
Usually Bolocks in Fire Emblem games aren't the greatest character, but Shinon just throws a wrench at that, and he's a really good character.
Yeah. You don't really get the chance to use Shinon as much in this particular run, but in Path of Radiance, the Provoke ability allows him to do some really dumb things for like a map or two.
Yeah, it's too bad he's not around a lot in Path of Radiance.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have Titania and Har. Har's going to be joining back next chapter, and there's lots of stuff we're doing next chapter.
Yeah, the Grail mercenaries weren't strong enough. They needed Har.
Yeah, yeah. Got you put in some work.
Alright, so this next chapter, we're going to be outfitting Har, Titania, and Ike for the majority of Part 3. So we're going to start by giving Har Celerity and Savior, which are 2 very important skills. What do you want to explain what's...
Yeah, Celerity, it's +2 movement, and normally when you rescue a unit, your speed and skill are cut in half. But with Savior, it just eliminates those penalties entirely.
Yeah, that's the reason why you shouldn't just rescue the Lord straight out every time, because they do have to actually take that stat cut.
Yeah, and he also just got the silver card there, which halves the cost of items.
Right. It doesn't have forge costing, but it does have if you buy stuff. I wish you could repair things. That'd be great.
Yeah, and another great feature about Radiant Dawn is that you can buy in bulk.
Yeah.
Yep, we just bought 15 hand axes.
Oh yeah, Ileana, we mentioned that before, but so Ileana's back in the party and we were able to get stuff from her because of that.
This is a fun map because there is a spot that Har will stop on turn 1 where 1 range units can't reach him. So therefore, nobody does anything because they have no target.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
And on the next one, he's within range of the boss who moves first.
Nice. Yes.
And just like that, the base
Okay.
was much longer than the map itself.
Nice
and
level.
we got 27 speed already. I was just going to mention we needed to watch Har's speed, and he just got the amount of speed he needs.
All right, there you go. During a practice run, he got really bad luck and had to do a whole bunch of bonus experience to get that 27 speed, but
Alright, this chapter's map objective is unique, in where you have to burn supplies, and the best way of doing this is just unequip Har and send him flying all over the place, burning tents and supplies and stuff.
Yeah, and he stops in strategic spots just to avoid a lot of enemies ganging up on him. Particularly if these horses and the pens, they move around at random. There's a spot he could move that would save some time, but in the pen on the left, if one of the horses stops in the top left corner, he'll have to use a backup. Which
hold on, this is the most important turn. We need to see what the horses are doing. Yeah. Super necessary.
Alright, so this is the turn we actually want the horses to stay out of our spot. Otherwise we're gonna have to aggro a bunch of enemies, and that's not fun. Alright, here we go.
No, no. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna move out of the way. Yes.
Nice. So, one kind of funny thing about this is that, like, story-wise, like, the thing is, they suggest, oh, hey, let's release the horses and, like, create chaos in the enemy army. So you'd think that releasing them would give you, like, more bonus experience or whatever. But the way it actually works is the bonus experience is tied to just the horses being alive. So it's actually more advantageous to not release them. Whatever.
Yeah. You get the bonus experience for like letting them survive. There's no, I don't think there's a bonus for them escaping at all.
Yeah.
Alright, so this next turn we're going to be setting up to collect the Blossom Scroll. Normally this scroll isn't very important, but since on easy mode, EXP gain is ridiculous. So we'll be wanting to use Blossom to our advantage. Blossom increases, like, it gives you better level ups, but at the cost of halving your EXP growth. We're more interested in halving the EXP growth since level ups actually take quite a bit of time and then really add up. And if you notice, we actually have Har equipped with the Bronze Axe. In this particular instance, we don't want Har to kill everything. All of these enemies will be attacking him, and we want to spare an enemy. And he activated stun, killing it anyways. That's the only way he can kill these enemies, is with stun.
Yeah, because bronze weapons can get critical hits.
Yep. And he's stunned.
Okay. Har's not very good at the whole not killing things thing.
Yeah, he only knows how to kill.
Oh, whoops.
Okay, lost it.
Alright. So this is the first instance we're going to be BXPing somebody to level 12, or level 20, sorry. Like Butter said before, every time you enter combat, you get an experience bar, and by being max level, you completely avoid that. And in the long run, this will save time.
Yeah, because you would have gained those levels eventually anyway.
Yep.
And of course, it's always 3, so he's getting 3 right now. If he doesn't get 3, then that means that you cap something.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, that magic growth.
It's also an interesting map just because instead of having to arrive with 1 unit, you have to carry up 2 instead.
Yeah.
Yep, we need both Ike and Renalf to reach the top of the map. So the best way is just to carry them with Ike, Har and Titania. Har can actually pick up a transformed cat.
Yeah, and you just hope the NPCs kind of, well, preferably if they would just die and get out of the way.
Yeah. So if you have a thing for killing animals, well.
Most of them are actually going to die. They get ganged up on a lot.
It's a good time to mention that one of the mechanics in this game is height bonus. And that mage over there staring down that tiger, you get an accuracy bonus and a damage bonus for being above someone. And you take an accuracy penalty for being below.
Yeah, I don't think there's a damage bonus, but the accuracy bonus is huge. You get plus 50 if you're above and minus 50 if you're below.
Also something that we haven't mentioned, but I guess is worth mentioning. It doesn't really come up that much, but basically there is a system in this game called Weapon Triangle. So like there's 3 basic types of weapons. There's spears, axes, and swords. So the idea is it's like a rock, paper, scissors thing. So swords over axes, axes over spears, spears over swords. The idea is if you have like an advantageous weapon triangle thing going, like you're a sword using your attack and axe, you get +1 attack, and the opponent with the axe gets -1 attack, I believe.
Yep.
And I think there's an accuracy thing as well.
15%, yeah.
Right, 15% accuracy. This doesn't really come up that much though, just because if you're statistically better and your weapon's better, then
yeah, our units are so powerful it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So once again, we're going to be doing a handoff. Titania is carrying Ike, and we're going to give Ike to Har. We're doing this like little strategy a lot in the run.
Yeah. There's also multiple types of magic in this game. There's fire, lightning, wind,
dark light.
Well, dark and light is in this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's easy to forget about dark and light because it doesn't really come up that much. But as far as like the anima types, the fire, wind, and lightning. Lightning is effective against Dragon Knights. Fire is effective against Beast-type Lagoos. And wind is effective against Flying-type Lagoos. Unfortunately, these don't really come up too much because tomes in this game have a very low base attack power. Like, just for like reference, I believe an Arc Thunder has like an attack power of 9. And that's like 7. A high-level spell. And a Hand Axe has a base attack power of 9.
Yep. I think
Arc Thunder much earlier.
Yeah, I think Arc Thunder 7, which is even worse. The only thing Thunder Magic has is its crit, its accuracy, and it is really bad, and it's really weak. Thunder Magic is just like the worst in this game.
Yeah. It was better in Path of Radiance, but they nerfed it quite a bit.
Yeah. Alright, so Har's gonna put to use like his hammer once again and just one-shot the boss. Har's gonna be doing this a lot to these armors.
I've gotta say, I'm really surprised that Lagoos down there in the bottom right actually survived.
Nice. Yeah. Now one thing worth noting is that a lot of enemies in this game do have low resistance, so a magic using class can certainly get things done. But just for the purpose of the speedrun, they'll want high movement, ability to attack directly and indirectly, and ability to tank a bunch of damage. So they just don't come up that much.
Yeah, mages have low movement and they're not very bulky, so when you have somebody like Har, you don't really want to be using any magic users.
Yeah.
This is another one of those defense maps that has a secondary defeat boss condition.
Now, you'll notice that sometimes he'll manually remove characters from the map, and sometimes, even if he's not using them, he'll still take them along. The reason for that is because it takes up time to remove units, but if it's a map where enemies are going to be moving towards you, then having a bunch of units on screen might attract them, and that wastes time. So that's why sometimes he will remove units and then other times he won't. So in that case, since he doesn't really have to worry about the enemy turn anyway, whatever.
Yep, in that instance, Nephany was taking a spot Rayson wanted to, so we just undeployed Nephany and put Rayson in her spot.
Hey, look who's back. Alright, so if Har isn't around, then Jill is the next best option, basically.
Yep. Both Jill and Har are amazing characters. Jill has the downside of actually having to be trained, but she's still really good, and she's in a group that really needs somebody that can take hits and just move around.
And while Jill power levels a bit, we do have plenty of donations. One front for $25 from Joshua. This is the root admin of the Fire Emblem Community Forum, Serene's Forest here. I'm really glad to see a Fire Emblem game being run on AGDQ, and although I donated yesterday, I'm donating again. Do your best, Gwimpage, and save the animals.
So it's not uncommon for Jill to cap everything. in her tier 2 like class. So as you can imagine, she has Paragon right now. While it doesn't affect her DXP boost, but she's gonna gain a lot of levels this map. She just went from about a level 5 tier 2, and she's gonna end the map around like level 10 tier 3. It's pretty ridiculous how much Paragon helps out.
Yeah, because the thing for this map is just killing everything.
Yeah.
Normally you would have to kind of make choke points
Right.
and take them as they come, but no.
Right. And, yeah, just to clarify, so we did another team shift, so now we're back to the Dawn Brigade, which we haven't seen since part 1, and you know, they still had the same stats, so evidently we're later in the game, and they're still not quite where Ike's team is, we'll say. So
Yeah, and another interesting thing about this map is Leth and Mordecai show up on this map, and you can actually fight your own team members. They just retreat when they're defeated, but of course, if they kill you, it's permanent.
yeah.
It's very fair that way.
Yeah, so there are multiple occasions in the game where the teams that you're playing as come to blows with each other, and basically whichever enemy one is, you can attack them and kill them, and it's okay, they'll just like retreat, so. It also makes for some very interesting possible outcomes because, you know, the characters do have relationships and storylines and everything in this game. So there are several occasions where you could talk to someone on your team can talk to someone else on the team and either recruit them, or the enemy can even recruit your own units. So
Yeah, and this is, when he removed that support early on in the game, this is why.
right.
Yep, Nakai and Soth are fighting a lot together this map, and it would have just added up. Like, there's a little support bubble that appears every time they attack within 3 spaces of each other. So, this is Fog of War. Once again, we can't see any enemies unless we're close by. But every move's planned out, so we know where the majority of the enemies are going to be. And we'll just move Joe accordingly.
Okay. Oh yeah, she has stun now too, cool.
Yeah.
One thing to note, so Mordecai and Life are in this map. They're, you know, units that you use in teams depending on what part of the game you're in. They're also in Path of Radiance. Now, one thing to note is, let's see, so we have Zahark on this map. He's a Swordmaster down there. One of his things is that, as far as a character-wise, he's decidedly in the Save the Animals camp. And so if he actually talks to Mordecai or Life, he'll actually switch to their side, which is kind of interesting. If you wanted to like transfer over items to Ike's team for whatever reason, then I guess you could do that. But really, the Dawn Brigade needs him a lot more, so we're gonna avoid that.
Now would be a good time for donations as well.
We do have $50 from Kalandros. Been looking forward to seeing one of the Telus games running a marathon for a while, and the wait was worth it. May the RNG gods be with you, Gwimpage. All $50 can go to the runner's choice.
Alright, and so the Black Knight just showed up, because why not?
Yeah, he makes a habit of that, just randomly appearing
Yeah,
towards the end of maps,
yeah.
taking credit.
We do also have a fairly generous donation from Anonymous for $500.
Ooh, nice job, bro.
I've been healthier than usual this year, so I have some money left over. Here's a few dollars in the hope that it can help others from having to go through so many health issues themselves, as money cannot buy one's health back. On a lighter note, I saw a bit of the blindfolded practice session Runner Guide was kind enough to do on SRL a while back for OOT. I look forward to seeing how much he's progressed. I wish good luck and even better health to all of you, for all of you and all your hard work in making this happen.
Alright, we're actually looking for Jill's level ups right now. She needs to reach some important milestones for a boss kill later. But right now it's not too important, but we just need to keep an eye out for her stats.
Yeah, I believe that's one of those irritating things where the beast killer that he just used, it doesn't, pretty sure it doesn't have its effective bonus unless they're actually transformed.
Yeah.
And one thing is, if you don't have a super buff Jill, this chapter is quite the pain, because the Dawn Brigade is pretty weak for this portion of the game. Like, I think the point of the map is supposed to be to kind of give them the opportunity to level up, but the enemies they're fighting are just way too powerful, so it becomes kind of a struggle.
Yeah, on harder difficulties, this is actually one of the more difficult maps of the game. On hard mode, it actually kills a lot of people's runs because it's just like impossible to complete it.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that this is the same map just during the day, and they're with a different army.
Yeah, so now we're back to controlling Ike's army. And taking on the Dawn Brigade and a bunch of other units.
Yep, this map is interesting because your units are actually on the other side of the river, and you can fight them and just like beat on them, which is actually quite fun.
Yeah. So this just kind of highlights how much more powerful Ike's team is. Again, this is also another possible recruitment type of thing. If Har talks to Jill, you can actually have Jill recruited to Ike's army. But again, the Dawn Brigade needs her a lot more, so...
Yeah, there are all kinds of interesting things you can do in this map casually. Like Ike fighting the Black Knight and so forth.
Yeah.
We just recruited 2 Hawks named Janeth and Alki. These 2 are very important in the run. We're not going to be using them just yet, but we'll be using them much later. What's important about them is they have really high base stats, and they have Canto, and they fly.
Yeah, they definitely get the most use of the non-royal Lagoose.
Yeah.
We do have a $25 donation from Viking12.
Oh, hey, Viking.
Hey, it's Viking. Shoutouts to Butters BB for the amazing commentary.
Oh, thank you, bro.
And Gwimpage for the phenomenal menuing. Please send my donation towards Gwimpage's choice, and I would like to remind him about the importance of praising a certain dog before the 4-4 sleep staff. Would I have time for a couple more, or would that be disruptive?
I would say so.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. 25 from Captain Man. Glad to see AGDQ again this year. I love that you guys do all this for charity, and I hope that more runs are in the years to come. Also, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn is one of my favorite games, and it's nice to see it being ran through. Good luck to all the runners.
So, this chapter just consists of waiting around because this is a defense chapter, but we can't end the map by defeating the boss.
You also have $25 from Tubzilla. Hey AGDQ, love what you're doing. Every time I see these, it sparks my desire to start running again. I lost my grandpa last year to cancer, so everything you guys do here is just inspiring. Now, we need to band together. Save the Animals is winning by $12,000. So let's continue to cement that lead. Kill the frames. Save the Animals.
Whoops.
$50 from Green Hero 4. I was told about AGDQ a few days ago, and it has consumed me. Loving the Fire Emblem run? The Radiant games are my favorites of the series. Thanks for the effort you guys are putting in for a great cause.
I think the best part about this map is that at some point Har just starts taunting the enemies. Staying close, but just out of reach.
Yeah, it's a lot of handouts. Again, hand axe allows you to attack things either directly or indirectly. So, yeah, you gotta stockpile them.
Yep, and we're capping Har's level at this point. We just got enough bonus experience to do so, and since he's the MVP of the run, we want him capping as soon as he can.
Yeah, so it's better to cap him out because he's gonna do a lot of fighting, and you know, while he would get a whole bunch of level ups, it would just waste time. So.
Related to that, we do have $20 from Anonymous. This is for Har to use his hammer to kill cancer. $50, also from another anonymous donor. Thanks for the great Radiant Dawn run. Currently power leveling my characters in Bravely Default with auto battle, and this is much more interesting. Put my donation towards the blindfolded Ocarina of Time run.
So yeah, Har's growths this run were good enough that it got to the point that by the time he was 18, he'd already capped everything. So.
Yep, so this map's gimmick is there are these lava tiles all over the place, and they'll shoot lava rocks at you if you end your turn on them. And these enemies just love stepping on them and just wasting time.
And normally in these Fire Emblem games, whenever there's like a lava tile level, if you're on like a lava tile, then the ground will like go on fire or something, or erupt, which doesn't really make sense, but kinda, I guess. This one, like,
laser-guided rocks.
Yeah, laser-guided rocks that always hit the same spot consistently.
Also, that's did you explain racing?
Yeah, I haven't heard. That's the only one I haven't explained yet.
Yeah.
So racing. This is the last of the herons that you can use. This is the third one. So Racing's thing is he can only actually give 1 unit an extra turn, but if he transforms, then he can give 4 units an extra turn. And he has the added bonus that when he's transformed, he gets much more movement than Raphael does.
Yeah, Racing also has Kanto, but like you said, Racin's problem is he has to transform, meaning he has to either use a turn or just wait forever to be able to transform. Raphael's main thing is he can instantly vigor 4 people at once, which is more desirable.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really even need to debate too much as far as which of the 3 herons is better, because pretty much they all get used in the run. There's never a point in the run where you can actually use more than 1 heron at any given time. Like, the herons are assigned for like story reasons to different teams, and pretty much whenever they're available, they're used. So.
Yeah. It just so happens that in the end game, Raphael can vigor 4 people instantly, so he's used.
We have $100 from DDR Coder. My friend said he'd match my donation, but let's kill cancer, the animals, and his bank account.
Crossbow. So, yeah, crossbow is an interesting weapon, as that allows an archer to actually attack directly.
Yeah, normally it would be very terrifying to a flying unit because effective bonuses triple might, and with crossbows they don't use your strength, they use the might of the weapon entirely, so therefore it is unusually high. So an effective bonus with a crossbow is pretty much a one-hit kill on any flying unit.
Yeah. Well, besides Dragon Lords who
Yeah.
don't have to worry about it.
Alright, so all of these enemies have done nothing to Har. Har has taken 0 damage, and he's actually going to take more damage from the stage hazard than anything in this map.
Yeah.
His only weakness is laser-guided rocks.
Yeah. So yeah, shoutouts to the 2 shamans here. Very rare instance of dark magic users in this game. Yep.
They try so hard.
Yeah.
$30 from Bomb de Llama. Hey Gwimpage, you're destroying it. Great to see Fire Emblem getting the spotlight. I want to say this event shows how much power a community of gamers can have. Lost a very close friend to cancer and want to shout out for her. Krista, you'll always be with us. Lastly, here's a sacrifice to the RNG gods for you.
Alright, long time ago, Joffrey failed to get speed, so we need to fix that.
Yeah. There you go.
So the boss has 23 speed, and in order to double units, one unit needs at least 4 more than the opposing unit
Alright, so
to
just
be
need
able
4
to
more then?
double.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And by using the speed wing, we're able to double the boss.
Alright, so yeah, another team transition. Back to, we haven't seen Joffrey's team for a while, so.
Yeah, and like all the other maps, we have these allied units, and we don't need them at all. So we're just going to be directing them to stay put and stay out of the way.
So yeah, I believe that they're going in to save the village, correct?
Yep, but Joffrey's speedrunning, so he's going to leave everybody behind.
Saving the village by just letting the houses burn.
Yeah.
We have $30 from Kirby Master. Kirby Master here. Awesome run, Gwimpage. Your menuing is doing so well. Better than what I've been doing lately. Good luck on to earn, and hope the 4-4 sleep staff doesn't hit. Don't forget to throw away the run by ending the turn early on the last turn of the last chapter like Lycan.
Way to save that village.
Yeah.
Hey, they saved one house so far. That's all that really matters.
Alright, we just finished the map just in time because reinforcements showed up near our allies, and we saved them at least, not these houses.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, whoops.
One of those fun maps where your whole goal is to try to kill enough enemies in front of the NPCs so that they don't really go too far into the map and waste a lot of time.
We have $25 from BWD Yeti. Wow, I did not expect this Fire Emblem menu speed, and it's hilarious to see Har and Jill steamrolling the entire game. Greetings from the FE ROM hack and fan game community. Put this towards Gwimpage's choice.
I believe this is technically like a defend chapter, right?
This is actually a route chapter, but if Valencia dies, it's a game over. And lots of people like to actually complain about Valencia's AI, but they should actually be complaining about Joffrey's AI because Valencia is set to follow Joffrey. And when Joffrey gets bored, he'll charge 1,000,000 archers and get Valencia killed some night.
$50 from Anonymous. Fire Emblem is my favorite game series of all time. Sadly, I can't watch the run because it's in the middle of the morning. However, I did wake up just to donate at what I find is the perfect time. Oh yeah, kill the animals.
Okay.
So that was our first instance of siege magic. There have been several siege magic users up until this point, but none of them have been significant. Siege magic is a special kind of magic that attacks from 310 range, and enemies will sometimes have this and cause some problems because they can't actually, you can't counterattack from 310 range. So we're going to be abusing the fact that there's nobody in his purge range, so we're going to bum rush him and force him to attack at 1 and 2 range. We do this several times in the run when it's convenient.
$25 from Celsius. Love Fire Emblem. Can't wait to see you break it over your knee. Here's $25 for another personal favorite. Put this money towards the Organization 13 refights.
Sol is probably like the best mastery skill. It's a critical hit and it heals you. Just like, what more can you ask for?
So why not? Paladins need that extra defense boost.
$25 from Zelicium. What's Cancer's weakness in the weapon/magic triangle? Everyone at PCF and AGDQ.
So, as they're doing their neutral turns, I guess we can point out some of the characters in there that we haven't really used yet. So they have the orange guy with the spear is Danved, not to be confused with Devdan from the previous game. They're two totally different characters, although he does get Devdan stat bonuses for some convenient reason. There's also Astrid. She is a mounted unit, but she doesn't really get any use, unfortunately. Makalov is a mounted unit, he uses swords rather than axes. He's got really good speed. He actually has some utility use later. And, let's see, was there anyone else?
He has nice hair, too.
Oh yeah, and last but not least, we have Marcia. Now, Marcia is interesting in that in Path of Radiance, Marcia is like
The best.
yeah, she's the unit that you use. Like from the word go, she's the one that you focus all your level ups on, and that you know you're pretty much either dominating maps with her or you're using her to ferry Ike over to see something. But in this game, she's not really used at all.
And she has a big day coming up soon.
Oh yeah, well she does have one very crucial role.
Only she can do it.
Valencia has a ability called Refresh, so if she gets hurt, then she does that and wastes time.
Yeah. It's similar to being poisoned. Alright, coming up is everyone's favorite bridge chapter. I don't think I've ever met anybody who likes this chapter. This bridge is quite different from the Path of Radiance version because you're moving across the other side, and the enemies will actually use shine barriers to mess with you. Shine barriers are items that you place on the ground that become impassable to anyone, and the enemies actually use these on choke points that force you to fall into pitfalls.
It's also an interesting map just because it showed up in Path of Radiance as well, except you were crossing it the other direction.
So we're BXPing Tanith and Titania. Tanith joins after the base, so that's why we just did that funky leave the base and come back. It's just faster to BXP Titania to level 20 and promote Tanith.
We have $50 from Ray Scarred. My third year watching, and I finally have a disposable income. Lost my mom to cancer 5 years ago, and it sucks. Fire Emblem is one of my favorite series, and I've met Butters at fighting game community events back in the day, so it seemed like a perfect time to donate to the great cause. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Will she get a stat? Will she get a stat? Nope.
Nope, she's capped everything.
I still can't get over the fact that they tried to, it's like they tried to fix bonus experience, but they made it more broken.
Yeah, they actually improved it. Now instead of having to reset over and over again to get those hard to reach stats, you just have to level up normally, and then the things that don't get capped, oh, hey, there you go.
Alright. Oh, look at this. What am I doing? Oops.
Oh, did Ike just get Ragnall?
Yep.
Okay, so I mentioned before that Ike is a really, really powerful unit. And they decided that it was necessary to give this already very overpowered unit a sword that allows him to attack directly and indirectly and has unlimited uses. Because why not?
And it gives them a stat bonus too.
And it gives them a stat bonus, yeah. Can't forget that.
Alright, so our starting formation is mostly just to protect Leanne and rescue Tabarn. They're gonna show up like kind of close into the enemy lines, and we need to get Leanne out there safely as soon as possible.
Normally it wouldn't be that big a deal to let them roam free, especially because the barn is so powerful, but they would just waste too much time.
We have a $25 anonymous donation. Says, hey guys, this is my third year watching, and I'm amazed at the menu abilities right now in Radiant Dawn. Put this money towards killing the animals because frames are all that matter.
So you notice that like glowy tile that guy just placed? That's what Gwimpage was talking about. Basically, wherever that's placed, no one can go over it, not even flying units can go over it. So it's a bit of a hassle.
Yeah. And those two spots that the Shine Berry aren't, those are actually pitfalls. If a grounded unit walks over them, they end their turn, they fall in, and they're stunned. So if any enemies attack them on the enemy phase, they'll take a ton of damage.
Yeah. What really would have been great is if those pitfalls worked like an actual pitfall on a bridge and killed you.
Only if it was Thracia.
Yeah, if only it was Thracia. Thracia, the most realistic of Fire Emblems, wherein if you use a unit too much, they get tired and you can't use them.
Alright, coming up are the Dawn Brigade chapters again. Once again, they're really weak.
Yeah.
And we've had the Grail Mercenaries for so long, they just look even worse in comparison.
And also, when he ends this map, it matters what weapon that ICAS equip, because he's a boss of a future map.
Yeah, and we don't want Ragnar equipped because it gives him a +5 defense boost. So we're just gonna equip a different weapon.
Alrighty.
Alright, we get the boots on this map. These boots are very important. Why don't you guys explain what boots do? And okay.
Yeah.
Because she couldn't move far enough.
Yeah,
she needs
so-
an extra +2.
Yeah, +2 movement, so boots are really awesome. And so she went from 9 movement because her wyvern flies around, and I guess like she places the boots on the wyvern and it like somehow inspires the wyvern to fly farther. Very fashionable wyvern.
Yeah, and the whole goal of this map is just to kill a whole lot of enemies, so therefore just puts people in convenient spots and they all suicide.
Yeah, this is another one of those maps that's really dumb if you don't know what you're doing, because the Dawn Brigade is forced to fight all these really powerful enemies, and they themselves are not quite as powerful.
Yeah. So this is the perfect time for donations.
All right, we have $50 from Scavs, Fire Emblem Hype, $50 from Sabai, donating towards the Morrowind any percent, since I do enjoy the jumping, whether or not alchemy is involved. Okay, $25 from Demetrius. Glad to see a Fire Emblem not played with RNG. Good luck with the rest of the run. $25 from Kiwi. Hey guys, it's been wonderful watching this event. Enjoying the added challenge of trying to follow the Fire Emblem run. Having lost a few family members to cancer, this event means quite a bit to me. I'm going to put this towards going blind through child dungeons. Keep up the good work. $50 from Blink Mega, loving the stream, and it's amazing that you guys are doing this fundraiser again this year. Good luck and hope you all can reach the goal. $25 from Supreme Lord Jeremy. I love Fire Emblem, and it's pretty awesome to see such a streamlined run of everything. Fire Emblem Hype!
Yeah, it's amazing how the enemies are so densely packed that he can do this in one turn.
Yep, and Jill's such a high level right now. She's not getting very much experience, but because it's still easy mode, experience gain is still high, and she also has Paragon, so normally where she would be getting 1 experience at a time, she's still getting quite a bit. And I don't believe we mentioned it before, but easy mode is actually Japanese normal mode. They changed it in the translation, so what's easy, normal, hard is actually normal, hard, maniac in the Japanese version.
Yeah, it's different than Path of Radiance, where the difficulties were actually shifted, and they added easy instead of Maniac. Here it's just renewed.
We have $50 from Ian Serchan. Great to see Radiant Dawn at AGDQ. We saved the animals at JRTA last September in Ivan's Run. We can do it again this year. Save the animals. Hail Planet Zeep.
Alright, this map's about to end. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So this chapter is pretty infamous for the amount of stuff you have to go through. There's a set of really strong enemies that you have to fight if you actually defend the map.
But like all good defend maps, it has a defeat boss condition.
Yeah, in this map you actually fight the Grail mercenaries, who will actually chase after you and move after you during this map.
And again, if you're playing this normally, this is another one of those examples. Oh yeah, the Grail Mercenaries is a much better team.
Edward collects a very important item so much later.
Tempest Blade being one of the few ranged swords.
Oh, whoops. Alright, so since Ike is surrounded by a bunch of Lagoos, we need to find a way to clear a path for Ike, for Jill. So the easiest way is just to send Bolug, who's half-shifted, meaning he's not as strong as he normally would be. But since this transforms him, it gives him enough con to be able to push a tiger out of the way.
We have $50 from Anonymous. Had to stay up for one of the best series I have ever played, and it makes a good time to donate for the first time. Put this towards Kingdom Hearts 2, one of my favorite games I have ever played. With the power of heart, we will beat cancer.
It's also an interesting map because unlike most defense maps where you only have to defend one tile, you have a very wide range to defend this map.
And there goes Ike.
And yeah, that was a good example of push being used for an offensive reason.
Alright. Lots of things going on in this map.
Right. Yeah, just a reminder, that's the reason why at the end of the last Girl Mercenaries chapter, Ike was equipped with an iron sword in order to avoid him totally owning Jill.
Lowers his defense.
Yeah, that too.
We do have $100 from Daniel Zero. Second year watching AGDQ and first time being able to donate. Hope all are having fun and good luck with all the run.
Setting yourself up for pretty much the rest of the game, right?
Yeah. If you notice, we bought Pure Water, which increases the user's resistance. This is important for Ike and Har, who normally have like really low resistance stats. This
is the map that was mentioned before, where in order for the map to end, 80 characters need to die, whether they be NPCs, your own characters, or enemies.
Yeah, so whatever the fast method of getting 80 kills is, that's what needs to be done.
And it just so happens if he didn't kill off any of his own characters that he would end up just about 3 shy. So he definitely saved some time by sending some of his weak units to the slaughter.
Say goodbye to Marcia.
So, goodbye, Marcia. Even though you totally carried the day in Path of Radiance, this is the thanks you get.
Ileana goes down fighting Aaron.
Okay, good show, good show. Good show. And Astrid. Well, there's gonna be some people upset about that one.
Astrid's like a fan favorite from Path of Radiance.
I think they'd be more upset about Ranulf.
Ranulf.
Yeah, it's actually a game over if Ranulf dies, but since that was the last enemy that attacked, Ranulf's safe. And we see this light blue armored knight charging us. She's probably the most dangerous enemy on the enemy side. She has a whopping like 13 attack. She's so menacing. I'm not sure what Har wants to do.
It's pretty funny when the speedrun setting, when you're going up that path there, because if you were playing normally, some of those characters might actually be trained, and they might be a threat to you.
Yeah, especially a tier 3 Edward. He's incredibly scary.
Whereas Meg is just scary regardless.
So, if you've noticed, we've sent Ike and Har north. We're going to be intercepting the enemies from reaching the lagoons. This just saves time because the lagoons waste a bunch of time by slowly engaging the enemy, whereas Ike can just run around everything up there on his own.
And we do have several donations. That'll be all right. We have $50.
I'll switch over there. And
Are we live again?
Nah, I don't want to tangle this up.
Oh, you know what?
you can just say that
This
this
is the
is
start of
casual
an enemy
run.
phase.
You're just debating your move.
Like, this is the start of a really long enemy phase. We could have just let it play out. Alrighty, I'm fine. 3, 2, 1, go.
So you had to really think about that move.
Okay. A thing to note is there's a sleep staff bishop on the top right corner of the map. Since Har has 20 resistance, and he's pure water, the sleep staff bishop just straight up doesn't bother. We'll go into more detail with status staves in a little while, but just know that if any of them connect, it's run ending.
Yeah, Fiona's a character.
Another important thing about this map is that to the right of where Titania is, is a hidden rescue staff, which he needs for later. And that's one of Heather's main uses. Because she has a much greater chance of actually getting it when she stops on that area.
We have $25 from Matt Foster. Thanks for running all these amazing games. Great to see a Fire Emblem run. Let's follow Ike's lead and fight for our friends against cancer.
I like how Zyhark was critical at it, and it looked all intimidating, but it did 0 damage.
Yep. I like how you jumped a little bit, like, instinctively when you saw the adepts.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wait, right.
$25 from Arc Siorian. Normally I fight for my friends, but fighting cancer is more important.
Well, you had your time to shine before
Good luck to all the runners, and together we can make sure cancer gets no sympathy from us.
Just can't wait for Meg to try to attack.
Yeah.
$25 from Agrippa. Anyone willing to run the risk of angering the RNG gods and speedrunning a Fire Emblem game is a champion. Runner's choice as to what my money goes to. Cancer tore my family apart and is still destroying lives and families the world over. And that needs to change. Anyone that played Fire Emblem Awakening will know the phrase, anything can change. I hope my money helps. Good luck, Gwimpage.
Yeah, this is the one time where he mentioned before that you could recruit Jill with her, and he'll actually do it because you can use her to get some extra kills.
And we're just carrying Heather closer to the rescue staff spot.
I have $50 from Sachi. I have been waiting for Fire Emblem to make my first GDQ donation. I've watched the stream all last year, and I'm really amazed at all it's accomplished and how much it's grown. Please keep the momentum going. You all can do wonders for the world.
Poor Leo.
Yeah.
$25 from Anonymous. Great to see this amazing series get some GDQ love. Now let's be like Har and destroy cancer.
Alright, I should mention that we have Blossom equipped on Panic. Like I mentioned before, Blossom halves your EXP growth, which is the reason why we equip it on Tannis, since he grows like a beanstalk. And we want to reduce as many levels up as possible, since each level up costs about 4 seconds, so if you don't need a level up, just avoid it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh.
We have $4 from Dylan Yoshi. Love the Fire Emblem stream so far. I've known multiple people who have suffered from cancer, so I have to donate to this good cause. RIP Ileana and Marcia. They died to put an end to cancer.
Close to Har's triple action turn.
Okay, this turn we're recruiting Jill. Together, Har and Jill are gonna take out all of these enemies back here. We're gonna start by hand-axing Laura and hand-axing Meg VP, the best character of the game.
Curiously enough, one of the last to stand was Meg.
She was very intimidating.
Yeah. Got so much armor, man.
Yeah.
tough.
This mage actually has a siege tome, but since Joe and Har are both in his 1-2 range, he can't use his meteor tome in this burst to attack. And we're gonna have to watch our amazing friends, the Lagoos, move pointlessly, because next turn we can actually end the map, but we have to watch these guys.
They're just trying to help, that's all.
$50 from Chris118. Marcia and Astrid got their revenge by taking down the stream, but I'm glad we're back. Here's $50.
Yeah, you'd think that Kritnaka might be intimidating to see as a dragon, but nah.
Phil just quadrupled him. Alright, we're about to approach 80 kills.
We have $25 from Mike104. Holy cow, this menu speed. I didn't expect Fire Emblem to be going this fast.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll talk about it later.
Yeah, and here's where part 4 starts, so you have to choose your team, and
Yep.
you split into 3 parts.
Yeah, this is a very interesting part. So now the convoys are linked between all teams. Oh yeah, and this is just, I guess, the part in the story where they all decide to hold hands and sing Kumbaya and work together, so yay. But, so what's interesting is now you have all the characters that are still alive. You can now decide who goes where, and that's a really big, important decision because you don't choose a team per map. Like the teams are assigned to their own maps. So there's a lot of strategy that goes involved, and it really does force you to, consider all the characters, which characters you pick out. It makes it more fun for routing purposes.
Right.
Also, importantly, Micaiah's group gets Nesala, which is your first real Ooze Royal that you can use.
Yep. So yeah, Nesala is the Raven there. So again, just a reminder, the way that Royals work is they can transform at will and attack at the same time. They have really high base stats. In his case he's a flyer, which is also good because that means he has a lot of movement. He's a good rescue person.
They also come with their mastery skills.
Yes. Another quick note is that notice that he's level 27. Now you might notice that most units they reach level 20 and then promote. Lagoos don't have a promotion, so instead their level, I believe, caps at 40, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
40. And like always, we have to bring up, Lagoos can attack at 2 range, and quite a number of enemies actually have javelins and hand axes which attack at 2 range. So it's quite inefficient to throw the Lagoos Royals at everything because they can't kill everything fast, and we need to, kill things at a decent rate. Otherwise we forfeit turns and take even longer than usual. So we actually have to rely on Har and then Tanith. So while we're using our Lagoos Royals, we're not using them extensively.
Strangely enough, even though Skirmir is a prince, he does not count as a royal. So he still drains bar just like any other.
Yeah. He is a pretty strong unit, but his stack roast can be quite troll.
Yeah. Skirmir is the new character in Radiant Dawn, so he doesn't get any transfers. We actually need to watch his level ups here, because if he doesn't gain any strength or speed, he's going to be leaving some enemies alive in the next chapter he's in. and it could cause some problems, but he just got his first strength, so I think he should be fine.
Alright, so although you can choose, which units go to which team, one thing to note is that each team does have a few characters locked to it. So in this case, Masala, Leanne, I believe Micaiah, right? Micaiah and Soph.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Sanaki.
right, Snacky, and I believe Nasala's like assistant. They're locked to this particular team.
We have $30 from Wagner. I lost my granddad to cancer a few years ago, and I miss him a lot. It's truly been great to see so many great people coming together for such a great cause. Keep up the good work, everyone, and I love the Fire Emblem run so far.
What we got?
Oh
nice.
man, this Skirmir. 2 for 2 for strength.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about Skirmir is that he's a lion Lagoose, which is pretty much up there with one of the best.
Yeah. Lions are probably one of the best Lagoos in the game, next to, I guess, the Royal Lions.
Yeah. I mean, the Flyers have more utility purpose, but in terms of like raw damage, I need to kill something, and then you can't go wrong with the Lions.
And for some reason, the Lions are actually really fast on top of being insanely powerful. Alright, we're putting used to the forges we made last chapter. So we forged 6 hand axes, and Titania, Jill, and Har are all going to be putting them to use.
$25 from Hill Out Broski. This is my 3rd year, but first time donating. My aunt's got and beat breast cancer because it was caught early. Keep beating cancer.
And if you noticed, we didn't use Soth at all this chapter. Soth has the problem of just dropping off the face of the planet.
Speaking of which,
Promotion.
yeah, -2 luck.
All right.
So Raphael is assigned to this particular team. One thing that's interesting to note is that there are certain units locked to each team, and so for whatever reason they like to really prevent the Herons being on the same team. So each Heron is assigned to a unique team. Rescue staff.
And conveniently, the best team gets the best Heron.
Yeah, pretty much.
What's he doing here?
What's Makalov?
Makalov's not here, so
Wow.
we're gonna have to. That's
Oh,
fine.
this would have been Makalov's time to shine, but
Yeah. Uh-oh. So. Alright. This is gonna be completely fine. We need Kieran more than Makalov, so it's fine.
Right.
Yeah, because if he had Makalov with him, the only thing he really would have done was destroyed a sandbag.
Yeah, that's all he does.
A truly fearsome enemy.
Yes. So he gave the torch to Janeth. It looks like Janeth has like a really good vision bonus, right?
Yeah.
It's either him or Alki, yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Janeth.
Yeah,
Like,
Janet has the boost to vision.
Yeah, like there's like a storyline thing that Janeth has like supervision, which they actually translate into the game as meaning he can see through fog of war really well. It's pretty neat, actually. Kind of like that attention to detail.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the things about Part 4. Is it starts out with quite a few route chapters.
Yeah.
Oh.
We do have $25 from Adrified. Congrats to blowing all expectations out of the water. This AGDQ has been the strongest start we've seen yet, and with enough hype will definitely blast last year's record. Shoutouts to Molotov's FE7 run during SGDQ 2014's bonus stream, and to the entire Fire Emblem community for taming such an intense series. $30 from Anonymous, who watched a lot of GDQ on YouTube and finally decided to get around to watching live. Fire Emblem is my favorite game series ever, so I'm super pumped for this game to be played. May the RNG goddess be good to you. Or Chalfie.
So, one thing that Ike used there was Aether. Aether's kind of like Soul, only better. Basically, he attacks 2 times, and the first one heals him, so...
Yeah, and the second one negates the enemy's defenses
Oh
entirely.
yeah, it negates it. It does pierce damage.
Yeah.
So,
so
why not?
You're dead if Aether connects. Well, basically, you could say the same thing about any mastery skill. You're dead.
Yeah.
Pretty much the only mastery skill that doesn't destroy everything is Bane, which is what Soth got when he promoted last chapter. Leaves an enemy with 1 HP for whatever reason.
If he started off with Bane, that would be kind of cool, because then it helps raise up the rest of his team. But whatever.
Just makes him really stand out because other units in his class type have a skill that just kills anything.
Yeah, assassination. A skill that was a skill before skills were even a thing.
We have $317.42 from Amafi. Can't give up. The AFG dream lives on.
Alright.
Seems like one of the few examples of a Pegasus boss.
Yeah. Titania actually needs cap speed to double her. And thanks to BXP and transfers, we were able to cap speed pretty easily. Oh, the reason why we were attacking the sandbags is these enemies, for some reason, prioritize attacking the sandbags instead of attacking your units. So they're kind of smart in the way as they're like prolonging their life a bit. But since you break the sandbags, they have nothing else to attack, so they...
Their threat assessment skills need some work.
Okay. So there's a lot going on in this map. We get Alencia back, and we need to make her kind of useful. She joins with a skill called Mercy, and it's not very good.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to lay that on unless you like leaving enemies with 1 HP all the time.
If it's a fatal attack, she spares the enemy with 1 HP for no reason, so we need to get rid of that.
Also worth mentioning that the weapon she has is actually fairly good because it attacks consecutively.
Yeah, so something to know is that Alencia has not fought at all in this run, and despite being rather late in the run now, Valencia can still hold her own just fine just because that Amity weapon is so powerful.
Yeah. It's brave, it's incredibly strong, and it gives her a defense and resistance boost.
Yeah,
So despite Tabarn joining and being the leader of this group, Tana's going to be doing most of the heavy lifting on this map, mostly because she can attack at 2 range and Tabarn can't. But Tabarn's still very helpful for killing enemies that Tanith can't.
Yeah, don't forget to battle save, this one's actually kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be facing some crossbow guys later.
Yeah, Ulki is going to be fighting a crossbow user, but because Ulki has a skill called Vigilance, his avoid is boosted by a good amount, so it's kind of uncommon for the crossbow to connect on Ulki. But I'll be battle saving to be safe.
Yep.
We had a rather interesting donation. It turns out that TSM, the odd one, the general, tried to snipe this bid war right after we closed it with a $1,100 donation.
Wow. Good job, bro.
And they've since been contacted. They decided to put that money to play as Tails in Sonic 3.
Here we go. 24 display hits, pretty rare to connect. So from Fire Emblem 6 and onwards, the Fire Emblem games actually kind of lie to you when you check out a combat window and it tells you the enemy's hit rate and whatnot. It kind of lies to you in a way where the game will actually roll 2 numbers for hits and they will average them out, so this favors low hit rates actually kind of missing more often and higher hit rates hitting more.
Yeah, that's nice to know.
So for a 99% chance to hit, for that to miss, you have to roll like 2 99 RNs in a row, which is like really uncommon.
Never underestimate the RNG gods.
Yeah, you could still miss a 99% chance, and RNG won't care.
It's like the rule of thumb that if you suspect that something can go horribly wrong, it will.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who's played Fire Emblem games at all knows that there's always going to be those moments of just pure unadulterated rage as you get like some horrible level ups and a character turns out horrible, or you're about to win a map and then like the enemy random crits you, or you know, you go into a slightly questionable situation but you have like, you know, like they have like a 30% hit rate or something and they somehow hit anyway.
So Ulki's about to untransform. His abuse gauge is about to like expire, but he's able to stay transformed just long enough to finish his job. And it's kind of funny, Tanith has the bare minimum strength required to kill everything on this turn.
Right. I think like at the beginning of this map you were trying to aim to level up her swords, right?
Yeah. So Tanith starts with A swords. The Tempest Blade is an S-ranked sword. So if a weapon rank is higher than like your own weapon rank, you can't use that weapon. So what we were using was the Storm Sword to increase Tanith's weapon rank. before turn 3, so we managed to do that, and we're allowed to use Tempest Blade. The Tempest Blade's a very strong 1-2 range sword, and it allows us to kill all these enemies.
Now, one thing to note is that as far as with weapon levels, with Lagoos, since they don't equip weapons or whatever, they have something called striking. And if you really want to level that up quickly, then don't transform and punch things.
Alright, I bonus experience to Barn 2 Strength at the start of the map. That allows them to one-hit KO these enemies who would normally counterattack Tabarn, and Tabarn faces 3 crossbow shots, and since Tabarn's a flyer, he has a very good chance of getting hit and dying. So, just play it safe. Tabarn can't die even if he gets hit. He has to be hit by 2.
It really says something for the effective bonus when even a royal is in actual danger from it.
Oh. And that's our first instance of poison this late into the run.
Ah, poison.
We were lucky enough to not be poisoned, but...
We have $200 from Robert Richardson. Happy to donate to such a great cause. Thanks, guys. It took a week off work for this marathon, and he's glad he did.
Down.
Alright, this is everybody's favorite desert map. There's just a lot of great maps that everybody just loves.
Yeah. Yeah, like very common thing in Fire Emblem games to include the desert, like a big desert map where there's like weapons and items all over the ground. You have to like place your units with high luck around to try to find stuff. But in a speedrun setting, that's just kind of tedious.
Yeah. And in Radiant Dawn, finding items is based off of skill, but yeah. There's actually a hidden character named Stefan in this map, but we're not going to recruit him. It requires dragging a kayak across the entire desert, so we're skipping him.
Yeah, he's more useful in Path of Radiance because you get him earlier, but even in that situation, it's a little out of the way. So,
yeah, definitely one of the reasons that flying units are so good, because they don't get slowed down here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the reason why nobody really likes the desert is because when you cross desert terrain with foot units, usually your movement is cut in half, and in Radiant Dawn's desert case, your movement is usually 2, so you're advancing very slowly, you can't move anywhere. But Lagoos, magic units, and flying units are totally unaffected by desert terrain, so we're abusing Nacella and Skirmir along with Har. And we're placing Har in spots where there are 2-range enemies, so Nacella and Skirmir don't have to avoid them.
Yeah, this is a big reason why Har was picked for this team, because you need a really good flying unit for this desert map.
Yeah.
We have $50 from Caldrum. Hey guys, love what you guys do and love this game. 25 of this goes to Legend of Zelda Blindfold. The other 25 goes to Reader's Choice, and I appreciate that.
As an aside, mounted horse units have a really big movement penalty in sand, but flyers don't, so...
Yeah. If you were to bring somebody like Fiona here, she would just not be able to travel anywhere.
Mages also have like a movement, I don't know if it's a movement bonus, but like sand doesn't hurt them as much.
Yep, sand doesn't affect magic units. Part 4 is just very mean to paladins. Lots of maps in Part 4 have really bad terrain for like mounted units. So flying units like Har and Jill really shine in Part 4 as opposed to characters like Oscar and Titania. Although they still can get their job done, it's just a lot less efficient as Jill and Har.
As we're waiting through this, something that's all mentioned is there's surprising how fast-paced this run is. Like, a big part of that, and something that we don't really talk about, is menu management in the game. You know, it takes a long time to be able to kind of understand where everything is, and there's actually a lot of menu stuff that's going on that's hard to notice. One thing is that he's always keeping track of his unit order, because if he pushes a button and it scrolls down whatever the unit order is in order to go from person to person. Another thing is when he's actually choosing where to move units, he's switching off between using an analog stick and using a D-pad. The reason for this is when he uses the D-pad, then he can hold it down and it will stop before it goes over to the red zone where it's showing where you can hit enemies. But if you use an analog stick, then he can go diagonally faster.
Yep. Yeah. The way I've been, oh my god. The way I've been switching between units is by using the X button. The X button switches to the next unit in the unit list, and this is important because you optimize the unit list to make sure it's to minimize cursor movement. That's basically the bottom line. You don't want to be moving the cursor anywhere. You want to make it as smooth as possible to the next unit.
Also should point out that important characters are being put to sleep.
Yeah. We have some sleep bait.
Yeah, the AI doesn't prioritize how dangerous a unit is. Instead, they're just looking at resistance, and so because he has some characters with very low resistance, they're going to go for that.
We're lucky to have sleep bait on this chapter because we're going to really want some for next map. But thankfully, the bishops can reach our non-used units.
We have $50 from Jotberry. AGDQ is one of my favorite events of the year. Love to see gaming be such a beacon of hope. Keep doing what you're doing and let's beat cancer. GG.
So I believe we mentioned this before, but Har has used Pure Water at the start of the map. Pure Water increases your resistance stat, and it steadily decreases after every turn. We needed Har to use Pure Water at the start to assist in avoid being targeted by the sleep staff, and to be able to attack the boss's purge magic. Since Har consistently gets targeted by the boss, he can actually die if he doesn't Pure Water up. And since staff accuracy is largely dependent on the unit's resistance stat, we need to improve that resistance stat as much as possible.
Yes.
Yep. So he's supposed to just teleport away, but if you skip his dialogue, then he teleports and then dies.
It's just a little fun thing.
Which makes a little sense. Makes a lot of sense because you'll be seeing him later.
And since Numita has a purge and a 1-2 range weapon, nobody's in his purge range, so he's forced to attack at 1-2 range.
Once again, the Black Knight showing up, trying to take all the credit.
Yeah, the Black Knight's over there. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's there, I guess.
Alright, here comes probably the hardest map of the entire game. Things can get very scary. Just, if I mess up one thing, things are very hard to recover from, so I have to be very careful not to mess anything up.
Oh yeah, and Tormod, Vika, and Morim You might remember them from like 20 chapters ago. And they have the exact same stats as before, so...
Yeah, they're not very helpful.
Tormod now has a Meteor Tome.
Yeah, we're gonna put Meteor to use here, just to help weaken that armor for Janeth to kill. And Morim is actually still really helpful.
And this is the first time you'll be seeing the Rescue Staff. And what it does is you use it and it brings a target unit adjacent to the staff user. So you can use that to get some extra movement here and there.
Right. I mean, it's called the Rescue Staff, so I imagine the intended purpose is, you know, to rescue a unit that's in trouble, but it can also be used to advance the movement forward faster.
Yeah, and what's important about the Rescue Staff is that it doesn't use the allies' turn, so Raphael was able to just vigor everybody up here, and we can move even further into the map.
So if you really wanted to go ham, then you could rescue staff, then get an extra turn, then rescue staff, and then move forward, rescue staff again to move someone like super forward.
This map is very spread out. If you notice, there's enemies everywhere on this map, so we need to use basically everybody that we have. Titania's like going over to the right, Janeth's clearing out a room, and there's enemies hiding in the bedrooms in this map, so we need to fish them out as well. On top of all of these enemies, there's a Sleep Staff Bishop at the top of the map. Like we mentioned before, status staves are run ending if they connect, because when a Sleep Staff connects, a unit's incapacitated for 5 turns, and you can't use them at all for 5 turns. They're a magnet to be targeted, and it's just a mess. So if the Sleep Staff connects, we have to reset. Bottom line.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, status elements outside of poison are really, really bad in the Fire Emblem series, because the game is not really designed around it.
Yeah, thankfully Berserk staves don't exist in this game, because Berserk is a very, very bad.
No, Berserk is horrible.
It's a horrible status set. Alright. So we're bringing Ike closer to the fray. He needs to clear out a path for Jill, who's gonna like advance even further.
Yep. And something interesting we'll be doing here in a minute is trading the rescue staff over to somebody with a full inventory.
Yeah.
Because then when they get an item, they get to choose to send something back to the convoy. So he'll send the rescue staff back, and that allows the next team to use it.
You can battle. Sorry, you're gonna battle save on this, I guess.
Yeah. So after we move Titania, that's it for our turn, and here we go. Right, 1/3 of a chance to just instantly get put to sleep.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we in there.
Alright, we also have to be watching out for Ike's stats. He has to have reached some minimum requirements to be able to boss kill later on. He still has quite a bit of levels to grow, but we just needed to keep an eye on them, because he can troll. Since Ike is actually one of the lowest growth total characters in the game, so
he is?
Yeah, his growth got nerfed a lot from Path of Radiance, but his base stats are so ridiculous it doesn't really matter. But we need 32 strength, 34 speed, and as much skill and luck as possible for hit rates. So Nayla has Savior. She's carrying Raphael, who we need in a little bit.
Nayla also has a very useful skill wherein she turns enemies into stone. very low hit rate, and she can just kill things, so...
Yeah, Glaire's pretty fun for petrifying priests and just wailing on them to train somebody like Fiona. Alright, we have a very familiar character.
Yes. Yes, so the boss of the stage is Oliver. He was in the previous game as well. In that game, he was trying to buy Racing because he has this obsession with collecting beautiful objects. And he is a base boss, or a throne boss. There's several different types of bosses in this game, or the Fire Emblem series for that matter. There's some bosses that will actually charge at you, which are pretty rare. Usually a boss will just kind of chill out, and if you come in their attack range, they'll move towards you. But if they're like protecting a throne or something, then they won't move at all. They'll just hang there, and you have to go to them. And so that is Oliver. We don't have to worry about him moving for any particular reason. And it was assumed that he died in the previous game, but he was... But I guess in this game they decided to retcon that and say no, he was actually just captured. So then I guess he was released by the new bad guys. So.
All right, we're fishing out the last few enemies of the map. We've sent the rescue staff to the convoy for future use, and we're finishing off enemies that don't move. Thanks to Jill and Raphael.
Ooh, you are truly a banquet for the eyes as well as the spirit. I am quite overcome. Unhand me. But how is it that anyone could risk a precious treasure like you in battle? What if something marred you? What are you talking about? Don't worry, pretty bird. I'll save you. You need someone who can give you loving protection. Someone like me. I'll take you away from these savages. I would never let them lay a single finger on you, my precious. No, the jealous cretins mustn't ruffle a single feather. I'll have to kill them. Come now, come to daddy. So, I want to highlight just how ridiculous that scene is. So, for one thing, they gave zero hint as to Oliver actually joining your cause. Usually, if a bad guy is going to join your cause, if you talk to them, they'll give like some sort of thing like, oh, I can't stand for what they're standing for anymore. Or, oh, I hate how I have to do all this violent crap, da-da-da-da. But he gives no hints as to remorse for any of the things that he's done. For another thing, he's supposed to be a base boss, yet he actually moves out of the base. For another thing, he's a boss. There's never situations where you actually talk to the boss to recruit him. I think in the last game there was one situation where you beat a boss and then like he's like, oh dang, I have to retreat, and then he joined later. But never a situation where you actually like recruit the boss mid-match.
That and everybody still hates him.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other funny thing is usually in Fire Emblem games, like there's the whole support function, and you're kind of limited in terms of who you can support, because there's like kind of story relevant reasons for their interactions. They have like unique conversations and maybe build relationships and have special endings or something. This game is a little different. There are special endings with certain supports, but as far as the type of conversations that characters have and who they can support anybody, and the conversations are fairly generic. But in Oliver's case, they're pretty much usually very unique, because like everyone just does not want anything to do with him.
Alright, here comes a very scary part of the run. There's a chance that Tanith can just instantly get killed from this boss. So we're gonna play it safe and attack him. Okay,
good.
If Izuka connects his attack, he has about a 12% chance of just killing Tanith. But it's such a low percent chance.
Yeah, Dark Tome.
Yeah, Dark Tome you can't use.
All right.
And now you move on to the final set of chapters.
Yep.
Everybody joins back together, and you get some new royals that are incredibly powerful.
Yes.
So.
All right, so this is Mufasa, who is one of the best units you could ever have. He is ridiculously powerful. And one thing to keep in mind as far as when you look at stats, for Lagoos, those stats are only for if they're untransformed. When they transform, they get a whole bunch of bonuses. So, I mean, his stats are already pretty good just as, like, a unit, so you can only imagine what that means when he's actually transformed.
Yeah, and it's not enough that you get him. You also get his assistant, which is just as good.
Yeah, and both of which are better than Skimir.
Yeah. It's almost as if they didn't, like, hope that you find them somewhere in your roster. Because they're right at the bottom and they're just completely broken.
Yeah, I don't think I noticed them the first time I played this game.
Alright, here's our tower advancement. This is like everybody's favorite thing where you choose which units you want to take into the tower, and you're very limited on who you take. That was close.
Yeah, you almost unpicked Gifka.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, before you start, you still can't take multiple herons, so you have to choose which one you want to take with you through this set of maps.
Right, and Raphael is taken due to the fact that he doesn't have to transform and he can give 4 units an extra turn, so.
So we're taking a lot of Lagoos Royals, if not all of them, into the final chapter. And
yeah, like the only Lagoos Royal that isn't being taken right now, I guess, is Skrimir, because he technically isn't actually a Lagoos Royal.
Oh.
Also interesting to note the parity skill that he gave. Basically what it does is it negates all special things, like no skills, the enemy's skills don't matter, what if they're standing on protective tiles or such, it negates that as well.
Right. Yeah. One thing is Gifka technically isn't actually a Lagoos Royal, but he does have a Lagoos Gem. And what's good about the Lagoos Gem is you use it and your meter doesn't go down, so you can just go ham.
And we killed Hetzel. Hetzel is really important to kill on turn 1 because he has a sleep staff. But thanks to all of these powerful units that we have, we can easily kill Hetzel in turn 1.
He stopped there to force that mage to attack him up close.
Yep. These enemies are forced to attack at 1 range because they have no other choice. So, go to barn. And we've also brought Jill and Titania in. They can use axes, which means they have access to hammers, which, as you can just look, most of the map is just covered in armor units, and these guys are just like one shot, so we have to take advantage of that. Alright, this would be a good time for donations as well.
Alright, we have $100 from Ominous Cow. Thanks again, guys. Keep going to 1 million plus. And we have another 100 from Clippy J. First time tuning into AGDQ, loving the runs. I work in a care home that has a few cancer residents, so it's nice to see the events on. Keep it up, guys. And $50 from Edgewood Blake 83. This is my first time donating to a GDQ event, and it sure won't be my last. Thought it would be perfect to donate during Fire Emblem, so I'd like to give a big shout out to my buddy, Waddler D, for his massively entertaining Fire Emblem Path of Radiance playthrough. That 1% Braum crit rate. Keep up the good work and kill the animals. $30 from Beautiful Yoshi. You guys are awesome. Keep up the good work.
Alright, so Har's gonna use parity, like Molotov said, it nullifies skills and terrain bonuses, which the Cane both has. He's on a tile that gives him plus 10 defense, and when we activate Parity, it just gives us enough killing power just to get Lacane.
Definitely wouldn't be fun letting him teleport all around the corners.
Nope.
$25 from Papero. Hey, donating to a good cause once again. My sister fought and beat her cancer, and right now my mom is fighting advanced stage cancer. So it's great to see you guys continue the path towards a radiant cause. Keep it up.
Okay, the game is about to immensely speed up now. This was the last route chapter of the game. All of the objectives from here on out are defeat boss, and thanks to Raphael, we're gonna be able to just zip by everything. So there's a lot to explain in such a short amount of time. So we're gonna be switching Parity from Har to Kinegus, who is our dedicated boss killer in the tower. He's really important to the run, so we got to make sure the Kane gets like the best skill.
It's also important to note that hammers are effective against armored units. And coincidence.
Look who we're fighting.
Yeah, something that kind of adds to. You might remember when the Black Knight showed up in that desert map. He is a heavily armored unit, so like even when he shows up, like he has like no movement, so whatever.
All right. Time for the epic sword duel.
Alright, yes, so the entire series has been building up this final sword duel between Ike and the Black Knight.
Ike's gonna pull out a hammer at the very last second.
Yeah.
Oh man, here it comes. I was expecting the 1% critical.
Yes, you truly proved your swordsmanship, Ike. So, the ultimate moral to the story is, Ike learns that, he used to think that Grail fought with an axe up to the very end because he had chosen never to use a sword again because he was too strong. But in reality, the reason he was using an axe is because his axe is just way better. So dragons, their thing. Yep.
Oh, damn.
Unlike that black dragon before, the boss of this map is his father, and he's supposed to be this big, scary, really strong boss. Turns out he dies in 2 rounds.
Here we go. Just 2 lines taking down this legendary dragon.
Wow, that internet.
That's what you get for using a hammer.
Just gives you a
3,
chance
2,
to admire
1.
those cap stats.
Go.
Yeah.
Wait, go.
But, what's going on?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the boss of this map, he has 4 spirits hanging around him, and while they're there, they'll take damage for it, so he either has to kill them or shove them out of the way before he can really do anything to the boss.
Yeah, shoving a spirit out of the way.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, the way it's set up is they just have to be adjacent to him. You don't actually have to kill them, so we can shove. Cool.
Here we go, just shoving it.
Yup. And hey, we have a lion. Cool.
Here comes the lion again.
Yep.
Alright. So there's a lot to explain on this last chapter. Mostly you have to kill the auroras surrounding Ashura, otherwise you can't fight her. These auroras also bounce back damage towards you, and they are guarded. They're sitting on tiles that either boost their
defense or their resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Gareth and Nasir and Ina, they have, since they're dragons, they have these passive skills called tides, and units standing next to them get stat bonuses.
Yeah. Nasir gives the most important one. He gives you +5 speed, which is enough to double most of these auras.
And
Ina and Gareth give you +5 strength and skill when you're adjacent to them, so we have to place our dragons strategically to maximize the amount we could use for these tides. But that doesn't stop Kane and Gifka from one-rounding these auras without Blood Tide.
Also, sacrifice, the skill that was plot important at the beginning of the game.
Yes. Okay, put in some work. All right.
Sacrifice is actually important because if Har doesn't get recovered in some way, he will actually die. So, from the Aurora damage.
The interesting thing about this final boss is that you could attack her with anybody, but the finishing blow has to come from Ike, otherwise she'll just regenerate and it'll just repeat.
Yep, Har's barely alive thanks to Micaiah. And here we go. It's all up to Jill to connect all her attacks.
And you notice that there are 3 dragons surrounding Jill, so she's going to get quite the attack boost.
Yep. 97. That's actually really good.
Nice.
There we go.
All right. Here we go.
Get ready on time.
Yep, time is on the final save screen, so after this.
Yeah.
1 sec. Not yet. Alright, time. Wow. Awesome.
Very good, very good.
Alright, I'm just gonna play the unit results since
it's pretty much customary in Fire Emblem runs too.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that time taking into account the net being down or no? We paused the timer. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, we just have to skip through the cutscenes, and since we're on New Game Plus, we're allowed to, so pretty convenient.
Alright, 5 turns, 3 turns, 6 turns. 6. 5.
3 minutes for 1E. That map used to take me like hours.
Yeah.
You should compare these to some of the times from Path of Radiance chapters.
Yeah.
10 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
There's one chapter that's beaten in 23 seconds. Some of the Har is just way too good.
Yeah, you can see a pretty low average here. Definitely one of the reasons why this is a better speed run to watch.
All right, our unit results.
Yeah.
If you remember from 3E, our 4
records.
sacrifices.
Rip.
Ilyana went down fighting at least. She took down Aaron.
The Herons may not have killed anyone, but they didn't put in work. Bastion's
Poor
a character.
Meg.
Yeah. Miss.
Micaiah with the 0 kills.
Yep. Hi, Fiona. Aaron, Micah, Sear, Soren, Sigran, Kanaki.
Now it's kind of fun to guess which characters are in the top 5. As you can guess, Har was used the most, so he's obviously going to be number 1. But who are the next few units?
It doesn't take too much to guess what the number 1's going to be.
I think it's Oliver.
Oliver.
I know he just passed, but he was just faking.
Yeah.
We're actually getting to the characters that
Dormont
can
actually got a decent
contribute
amount of kills.
Yeah.
Stephanie, Oscar, Gifka. Those are 9 very strong kills, game. 9 very strong
those
ones.
are really strong enemies that he
That was
killed.
a powerful 9. Romeo, Kieran, Solid,
Then here's all of our royals.
and
Aaron's
top
just
5,
short
let's
of
go.
Look at the huge gap from this to the top 5.
Alright, so 6 had 33 wins. That was 6th place. Alright, so next we
There's
got Ike, 56 kills. Most of that coming towards the end, actually.
Yeah, when he has Ragnall, when he's actually fighting stuff.
Yeah, 51, sorry, 51 wins.
And Soth, who actually carried most of part 1, and then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Because
Yeah, so that part 1, he definitely put in a lot of work. 3rd, Titania. Titania is credited for being useful in both games. Like, both runs, she does a lot.
Titania is a really important character in both games.
Yeah. Jill, a very impressive 114. She hard carried the Dawn Brigade after Assault fell off.
Yeah.
And of course, the Alpha and Omega, Radiant Har. 174 wins.
Alrighty.
Alright, good job.
Alrighty, if you guys want to check out more Fire Emblem stuff, there's always stuff going on Serena's Forest. People doing speedruns and LTCs and whatnot. Thanks for letting me guys run at AGDQ. It's been an honor, and thanks to the commentators. Alrighty.
And thank you, Gwimpage, for that excellent run. And just for a moment while we go into a commercial break, we'll be right back.
case, everything looks fine. Mic check, mic check. Milkshake Zula, the mic ruler. I guess we're good. You're all set?
I believe so.
Dang. All right, ready on timer? All right, 3, 2, 1. So, this is Silent Hill. It's a psychological survival horror game from 1999. It spawned a 8-game series so far, plus plenty of super cool side games. So the basic plot is that we play as Harry Mason. You wake up from a car crash to find your daughter missing, and as you can see, she's right here. So we got a hour and 10 minutes to catch her. This shouldn't take long.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
So it's a pretty straightforward intro, especially for PS1 era tank controls. It takes a little bit of getting used to, so this is a good tutorial for new players.
I don't think you should go into that alley.
Oh, but we will.
That's probably not a good idea.
If a monster comes in.
I think there's a beware of dog sign on here. We'll ignore that.
There's dogs.
There's
Game
all
is warning you. You should stay out of there.
There's also we'll ignore that pile of entrails and just keep going.
Are you sure about this?
There's the camera in this game is pretty wild. I think it's something a lot of people normally remember about this game. So and it's very, you're gonna see it especially earlier on here. It's the crazy swinging cameras. So you get a taste of the atmosphere of the game very early on. As you can see, things have changed pretty quickly, and it's only gonna get worse.
What is this?
That's not Cheryl, don't worry.
What's going on here?
So this is not the last time we'll be seeing these guys. And yeah, GG, game over.
You died, Tekkie.
I didn't practice. So we're gonna be skipping a lot of cutscenes where we meet a lot of people, so don't worry too much about them. We're now warped to a cafe in town. We gotta pick up some mandatory items. Which fortunately also is gonna include 2 health drinks for safety. So you get a kitchen knife, you get map, radio.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
So it's sort of like a, we got the sort of tutorial here. This guy just hangs out, and he's like your beginner's first pterodactyl enemy.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Oh, Harry, if only you knew. So the beginning of this game is actually, they spit you out onto the streets of Silent Hill very quickly. The game has a way of sort of herding you towards where you need to go. If you explore long enough, you will find the way you need to go. And in our case, we're looking for an apartment that leads to the next area of town. But we've played this once or twice, so we know that we have to go get some keys before we get there. So while we're running around looking for those, I think now's good donation time.
And this is just a reminder that you are currently watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speedruns Archive and Speedruns Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning, planning, and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL, Speedruns Live, is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They're also hosting a short series of races starting on January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams.
Hello.
That was an awfully cooperative pterodactyl.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to him. There will be more.
Maybe he just wanted to buy some drugs.
Yeah, there's the plot to this game, man. There's a subplot about selling drugs to tourists. There's all this occult stuff going on. It's pretty wild. Unfortunately, like, a lot of the backstories in the cutscenes, which unfortunately we'll be skipping most of them. But yeah, there'll be plenty going on. We have 2 of the keys so far. This guy is actually the first pterodactyl to be a pain, because we gotta grab this key, turn around, leave. Okay, he's fine. If he gets far enough away, he'll turn around and, if he's in aggressive mode, he swoops in straight for you, and they actually have a pretty good horizontal range, so you have to run back across the bridge. He's coming straight for you. You can't really do much. We're gonna hang out on this side of the street because we'll spawn on the other side. And this is where we get to walk the extremely large streets of Silent Hill. And look at these crosswalks, they're huge.
We have a $25 donation from Ari. Tekkie hype! Love your stream, and I'm so glad to see you at this great event. Best of luck running one of the greatest games ever. Not that you'll need it.
Hey, thank you very much.
We have
oh, sorry. Continue.
We have a $10 donation from Zypel. Hey guys, greetings from Belgium and the French community. I am not so rich, but I want to thank you for all the entertainment and the amazing skill you are giving to us. Let's beat that $1 million record. Have a nice marathon.
So that note I just looked at, it tells you which street and what we're looking for on that street, which is the doghouse here on 11th Street. And hey, dogs. It's oddly enough, the game lets you pick up the other 3 keys, but this key doesn't spawn until you read that note. I'm not gonna say that's never happened before, but very, very rare for that attack to get off.
The game was just trying to meet attack quota.
Yeah, that's a great start. We had a good pterodactyl luck earlier, so it all balances out. So the skies of Silent Hill grow dark once again. Enemies here in the other world are more aggressive. The dog you might have seen in the super cool banners that they have are going to be running around now. These guys, he wants to fight. It's not too dangerous to keep the flashlight on here, but there will be sections where it's very important to manage keeping the light on. Let's see, a little bit here. A pterodactyl will spawn, start chasing. And they're called screamers. They're very peculiar enemy names for this game. You got screamers, scratchers. This guy. Okay, And yeah, he's done. Usually he's chasing you by now. So I'm sure we have just the best monster RNG. There's a little bit of randomness to the monsters in that they generally spawn in the same areas, but where they move and how they behave after that is random. So here we go. Hello. So now we're going to be entering school, which is the first major area. It's you know, if you're familiar with Silent Hill, you know, you grab a map, you explore usually a confined building, work your way out to, you know, some event that happens. And the first one in Silent Hill 1 is school. These are going to be after us the entire time, and they're actually the most difficult enemies in the game to deal with, which is, it's kind of funny. The first major area you go to is the hardest in the speedrun. So we have, you know, there's going to be a few puzzles. Sometimes you got to go grab keys, sometimes, in this case, we got to go grab a chemical, which you don't stray too far for this one. You go right next door. It's very easy to get lost, and it's funny. This is the first puzzle, and it's just so simple. It's so easy to get lost for no reason. So, you know, take your chemical, melt a hand, grab your token, and be on your way. Don't get grabbed on the way out. Thumbs up.
So, the demon children were removed in the PAL version.
Yes, they were changed to these like claw finger type enemies. They look a little different, and we'll actually probably see them later in the sewers. Because I mean, it's an area of the sewers that's kind of odd. Monsters spawn randomly there. Well, I mean, the monster spawns are random. I'll let you know when we get closer. Let's see, head back in here. You have to be careful with how you enter doors. You know, see Harry's kind of face planting there. There's a certain part of his walk cycle where if you run into a door, he'll just face plant into it like that, and you won't be able to open it. So it's just a waste of a little bit of time. And a lot of this game's like issues are quick time wasters that they're not huge issues per se. This is the next puzzle. We got a piano. We want to hit the silent notes in a certain order. There's a poem about birds that gives you all the information you need. I'm going to strafe here for the only time in the entire game. It's slower than running, and it's unfortunate. In Silent Hill 2 and 3, strafing's actually really useful. You can get in and out of a strafe animation very quickly. In this game, not so much. You take like 3 steps, and then you pause, and then you can start actually running straight forward. Alright, that's good dodge. These, when they do that little like leaning forward grab attack, I mean it hasn't happened yet. I'm tempted to let it happen just because it looks awesome. Oh, yeah, that's true. But they have invincibility frames when they attack like that. Sometimes they just knife at you. They're little charmers, all right. So we have the two, the two medallions we need. We gotta go hit the boiler switch. Dot dot dot.
I don't like the sound of that very much.
Oh yeah. And you know, fortunately, you know, if it looks, you know, kind of dark and murky now, I can't believe that worked. That was not how that was supposed to happen. This door's open now, which leads to, weirdly enough, Otherworld School. In case, you know, it wasn't dark and creepy enough, of course it's gonna get worse, as is tradition in Silent Hill. So, you know, we start out with the occult pentagram on the ground. That's a good sign. So everything's darker. The ground's been replaced with gate, I guess. Walls kind of look like they're bleeding. We gotta grab this picture card, which is kind of a peculiar puzzle. And there's gonna be a lot of rooms that are basically scattered chairs filled with, you know, these guys. This guy is usually okay. He's fine. Sometimes he just gets excited. So we get to meet another dead body. He has a shotgun though, so we like him. Held up by duct tape.
Is that like the same model as the dead body from before?
Actually, I don't know for sure. It's a little different, but they're very similar. It does like the same pan and everything. Gotta be careful here. We're good. These are pistol rounds. We're done with the pistol forever, and we were also lucky enough to get the meet the incentive for good plus, so we don't need the hunting rifle or anything. We just shotgun all the way. This is another infamous, you know, point and click kind of puzzle. We're gonna grab a pink rubber ball. We're gonna save that. You never know what you might need in Silent Hill. Yeah, we're doing monkey. Super Monkey Island. What is wrong with me? Silent Island. So we need to grab 2 keys to get to the next area. We're gonna have shotgun shells. We're gonna pick up some of those. They are vibrant pink, which I don't know. I think that's awesome. Don't worry, there's a key in this locker. Just kidding. This guy has it. More corpses. If you don't skip the cutscene, it's a lot spookier.
But yeah, locker's bleeding, and those enemies are like little cockroaches. They aren't too big, but hello. Yeah, because we play on easy because it's the fastest, of course. Certain enemies aren't nearly as much of a problem. The cockroaches you'll see around, they're very slow to attack on easy. You can swoop in here. You got to drain with a key here, and you can go. You turn on the faucet, but all the water will fall down here. So real quick, scope shotgun, jam this fluorescent. Let's say fluorescent rubber ball. Just jam the rubber ball in there, and then hey, we're good to go. I mean, it's so simple. Who would? It's so obvious. So the Rube Goldberg machine is in place, and we get our key. Except it actually washes down on the first floor, so we got to do a little more chores.
We have a $2,077.39 donation from Miss Neuro Fish Fox.
Ah, Neuro, what's up? How's it going?
Dang.
You are my favorite Fish Fox.
And Fish Fox says, "Hey Techie, otter, 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 otter. Awesome to see that you're running at AGDQ this year and hope your run goes well. Money goes towards Techie's choice."
Thank you very much. Shoutouts to, I used to play Smash competitively before getting into speedrunning. I was a Brawl player. Don't hate. But, yeah, shoutouts to the Smash Lucario IRC. So we have the two keys we need, the library reserve key. We'll go in here. I should note that you might notice there's a little like black screen where you go between doors, and during that black little interlude, you can start turning before the game starts letting you move forward. And that's very important because it's the quickest way to get between places. So right here, I'm holding left, so I'm facing left by the time it actually lets you move. You gotta know every single time you exit a door, you need to be ready to move in the next direction. So it's a lot of memorization. Because we're doing good plus, we're gonna grab some extra shotgun ammo. And because I'm a weenie, we're gonna grab an ampule. This puzzle's straightforward. It's a pain if you mess up. Okay. Because every time we hit this, gotta watch this animation. 2 more. Just gonna mash X. I don't know if you can see my hands. I'm gonna mash X. I love that camera angle. You can't see what my hands are doing. I could be doing anything down here. So we get our first boss fight here, who is, he's basically a lizard with a giant split head, and what's special about this guy is he can one-hit kill you on any difficulty, including easy. So there's a little bit of caution involved. 3 shots, now he's gonna stop, and you can push him around a little bit, usually. And that's him, 2 shots, and we're done. But yeah, if he gets that attack off, then you're dead. Game over. After the traditional Silent Hill siren. So you hear church bells ringing right now. That's our next destination. We're gonna grab the key that we need. Get out of here. I guess now's another section where we're gonna be going through town to make it to our next area. Donations, sponsor plugs.
And first, a quick reminder to all of you who are Twitch subscribers or are thinking about becoming Twitch subscribers, 100% of those subscriptions will be going directly towards charity. So you should definitely think about subscribing if you would like more money to go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation.
Also a reminder, if you have Franker Face V installed, go wild.
We have a $15 donation from Freezehorn. What's up, Techie?
Oh, wait.
I'm super stoked to see you running this game at AGDQ and spreading the Silent Hill love for a good cause. This ought to be a good run.
Thank you, Freezehorn.
Also, shoutouts to Carsey on the couch.
What's up, Freezehorn? How's it going?
Yeah, I guess I'll mention this is the first time any Silent Hill game has ever been at a GDQ, so it's been a privilege for sure. Also, I'm gonna jump off this just because it looks funny. I mean, there goes my world record, but you know, worth it. But yeah, this is the first Silent Hill game ever to be at a GDQ. There's a very active community for these games. It's very on and off, I guess. But it's very, I'd say, talented for its size. I can give shoutouts at the end, but.
We have a $50 donation from Toast3Y, or I guess Toasty. Greetings from Ireland to everyone at AGDQ. Me and my brother woke up early just to watch the Silent Hill speedrun. Speedrunners like you folks have helped me get through a rough time over the past 3 months coping with illness, so the least I can do is give back to a good cause. Good luck to Techie during the run. Put my donation to runner's choice.
Thank you very much. So here we are at the church. We meet Dahlia here for the first time. She's this crazy old witch. Let's do gyromancy.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
Kurt, would you do me the honor of explaining gyromancy?
Okay. So gyromancy, like, we were really curious, like, what this gyromancy thing was. So we Googled it promptly after watching this cutscene once, and apparently gyromancy is like where you draw a circle on the ground with letters, and it's like a Ouija board, except you trip over it and it spells out things.
You spin around in circles.
So basically, Harry's coming was foretold by spinning around in circles really.
Yeah, this old woman spun around in circles until she fell over and landed on a letter, and repeated this process until presumably it said, "A man named Harry Mason will come and visit you at the church. You should hang out, you know."
Wow, that's a lot of letters.
I mean, she has the craziness, which
she
translates.
Must have put her head somewhere.
Yeah, that craziness immediately translates to dedication. This room's evil. You can't run straight to this because there's a little banister in the way.
You couldn't even spell dedication that way without hurting your head.
Yeah, there's many subtleties in this game like that. Things in the fog if you're watching. So we're actually headed to the hospital right now, which is probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's one of the most notorious like Silent Hill areas. You know, the nurses are awesome. Yeah, we love the nurses. We here in Silent Hill Speedrunning Incorporated, we love our nurses.
We have a $50 donation from Ryan165, who would like me to inform you, Techie, that your hair is red.
Oh my god, Ryan, dude, what's up?
Ryan also says, "Great work, everyone. Thanks for volunteering your time or money for such a great cause. Let's get some Silent Hill otter hype."
You got it.
We have $50 from Chunkus Manhunkus. Take this money and buy the kids of Silent Hill a real basketball. Also, thanks for donating your skills to such a worthy cause.
So that cutscene is our first introduction to Kaufman, Dr. Kaufman. He's this crazy doctor. He's kind of a jerk. We're actually going to be helping him out later. That's the Good Plus little side quest that we'll be doing. First, I gotta grab basement key. A few more items we gotta pick up. These are picked up no matter what, because in speedrunning we always get the plus part of the ending. There's good and bad, and then there's a modifier plus or minus, which is dependent on how you handle the Sybil boss fight, who is the police officer who we meet at the beginning. We'll discuss more about that later, but we're gonna need this here plastic bottle full of mysterious red liquid.
I'm sure it'll come in handy for something later.
Yep, every time. If you see a thing, grab it. Infinite pockets. Okay, so we gotta turn on this generator, which powers the elevator. Not the last generator we will be seeing. And suddenly cockroaches, because it's not Silent Hill without cockroaches. Without, random monsters. So fortunately this door is locked. There's third floor, let's try that one. Third floor is locked, so oh no. So that's the last place we haven't been. What about the mysterious fourth floor? That spawns out of nowhere. I just imagine 60,000 people hiding under their blankets, cowering in fear by now. You are watching Spooky Games Done Quick. This is the real Stardust Hospital. It's pretty much entirely Otherworld, which I guess you can tell because the walls look like they're bleeding. So we're gonna grab a whole bunch of items here. The first is we're gonna be collecting these plates, which are named after Alice in Wonderland characters, and I have no idea why because the puzzle itself only has to do with the colors. So we got that. We got a handy dandy blood pack. Never know what we might need to bleed on something. What do we have? Plate number 2. Plate of cat. Oh no. That doesn't happen often. Not a whole lot. Oh, yeah, I know.
But you didn't hear her expressing her desire for you just now?
Yeah, she call me later, babe. So plate number 3, that's all we need from the first floor. This place is just, you get some items, but this is the only one we care about. So off to the second floor, where the real magic happens. I grab a few more items. This is the plate puzzle is it's used to get access to the other half of the second floor. First we gotta grab this here lighter. Please, okay. Please don't body block. If your actions are quick, these, they are no problem. But if you mess up, then you're gonna get stabbed in the face, and that's no fun. So we're gonna give this guy a blood pack, and suddenly instead of trying to kill you, he's just kind of cute. So he's happy there with his blood pack. Let's just get our last plate.
Oh Lord, is that some blood? You just made me the happiest tentacle monster in the world.
Yay! Not the. Oh well, unfortunately, it's the last tentacle monster we'll see. But there's another one later. You're dang.
Dang.
It's not that kind of game. So, quick solution. There's a poem that details clockwise the order of the colors you need. We're gonna shoot this nurse because she's in the way. After we push her a little bit, which should let us get through. No, not quite. You wait a second because you can kind of body push her a little bit, just enough so that when she dies, you can squeeze past her before she goes to her traumatic, floor falling. So then we grab this bottle of disinfecting alcohol. Please don't touch. So the whole goal has been to get to the basement with the items we need to get past a blockade, which will be there. We're gonna push this cabinet. We'll grab that ammo on the way out. You might have seen it, it's in the corner. If you see hot pink, we're probably gonna grab it. That's shotgun ammo.
The color hot pink is the key to victory in this game.
So this, I guess it's a grate. It's overgrown with vines. So what better way to get rid of vines than to set them on fire? Can't be dangerous at all.
Wait, this doesn't look dangerous at all.
Yeah, Harry's very okay with this. Yeah, he roast some marshmallows. So the entire point of the hospital has been to grab a key from here.
What's this?
We gotta look at the bed to grab it, otherwise we'll look at the picture. It's very annoying. The pickup hitboxes overlap, so you can look at the key, and instead Harry will just look at the picture of Alessa, which wastes a few seconds. But, you know, you look at the bed, and then he's just, oh, hey, give me that.
Sentimental. Very sentimental man.
Yeah, I mean, it's his daughter, sort of. Alright, no spoilers, gotcha.
What are you talking about? This is GDQ. This is where spoilers go to die.
This is my first playthrough. Don't ruin it for me.
Really? Wow, you've made pretty significant headway for your first playthrough.
This game's just really super duper easy. That guy usually is right in the way of the door, but that was no problem. That's nice. But the entire point of hospital is just grab that one key to get to a door that we could have gotten to, you know, all along, of course. Yeah, we meet Lisa. She's a nurse that isn't possessed, supposedly.
Was I dreaming?
It's all a dream. Oh, give me this. Forgetting that key is the worst thing on the planet, because you gotta run to the other side of town, and if you forget that key, then the door's locked, and you just look like an idiot. And I've done it more than a handful of times in speedruns. Again, this will be a quick, like, running around town spot. My instructions for my instructions for the donation readers: every time I exit a building, have at it.
But we have a $400 donation from Fish Fox, and also 1 cent. Tekkie, I told you writing is not my strong suit, though. Maybe you otter help me with my comments next time. Shoutouts back to my favorite otter and Lucario Smash IRC. Money to Tekkie's choice again.
You guys are the best. I don't know what to say.
We have a $500 donation from Elf Pancakes. Hi everyone, huge fan of what you guys do. Currently on holiday in Japan, so unable to watch live, but I'll be sure to check out the VODs when I get back. Keep up the great work and kill those dastardly animals.
Alright, thank you very much. See that? That's the door. You have to backtrack all the way if you mess that up. So we gotta check out this cool little cult shrine. And the game becomes a lot less centralized, I guess you could say, at this point. It's no longer the formula of, like, you know, run to a building, you know, beat the building, run to the next building. There's gonna be a series of more disjointed areas to go to.
The hospital temple.
Yeah, the hospital, the school temple, the hospital temple. Just very important to turn your light off here, because this is where the game starts throwing in rompers, which are the most annoying enemies ever. I guess they're like gorilla-like enemies, and if they chase you, then you're not screwed, but you're in trouble, because dodging them just requires like a stupid amount of zigzagging. Yeah, see, he just jumps, and he probably doesn't care anymore. That's one of.
If they pin you down, then it takes a really, really long time to get back up.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than a few seconds. So, coming up is another boss. It's a worm. His deal is he's gonna pop out of the ground, crawl across for a little bit, shoot a ball of acid, and burrow back down. Fortunately for us, we're gonna be walking across a gate that will fall into the dirt, and fortunately, the worm is programmed not to try to burrow through the gate. So what we can do here is try to get him to walk straight across. Very precise. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
So, one thing he did there, there is no reloading animation as long as you let go of R1 and raise your gun back up. So
Yeah.
you know, with the shotgun it has 6 shells, so you can just continuously fire the shotgun just by lowering and raising your aim again.
Yeah, exiting the aiming stance reloads your weapon. It's funny, like, so many people, like, don't know that. I had no idea before speedrunning this game that, that was the case. Like, you just run around and you're never reloading. It's like, unless you sit there and you hold down the fire button forever. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense until you know that. That guy's fine. He's fine. This section isn't too dangerous. There's a few enemies running around. We do get to check out some of the cool scenery. There's a movie called Shoot. The coolest building in all of Silent Hill is coming up. Shout outs to Zach Cat who bugged me making sure I pointed out. It'll be on the left here, so don't blink or you'll miss it. Right after this garage. And just cats.
Just cats. Your...
Oh, ow. Get out of here.
One-stop cat shop. Just cats.
Yeah, it's odd because there's so many dogs around, but no cats.
Well, there are some cats.
I mean,
but I'm not gonna.
I mean, they're probably in the store. Also, that could be it.
Yeah. We're just gonna pretend they're all in the store, just for the sake of the internet right now.
Yeah, I mean, we love cats. We love kitties.
Yeah, Konami loves cats too.
There's a second boss fight coming up here. It's actually a giant moth. Alessa, sort of the other half of your daughter, and this is a bizarre game, by the way. She likes bugs, so we're gonna fight some bugs. This fight's a little awkward because he has invincibility frames after every hit. You can tell the timing because he'll stop when you shoot him, and ow. Here's what he looks like. So we're not just running away from a giant butt the whole time. Should be 12 shots. And dramatic, yeah. Oh, I am killed. There's no, I guess, clean way to do that fight. So just don't get hit, which, do as I say, not as I do.
It's still pretty RNG no matter what you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much RNG as that he will, I don't know how to put it. You can't just unload into him, you know, he's gonna get certain attacks in. You can space yourself to bait out just regular stings instead of the acid attacks, which are nice because you can just, you know, you can back away from the regular stings. They're easier to dodge. Oh, I should mention there's sometimes if you're bad with ammo management, if things go wrong, you can kill the moth with your last shotgun shell. And that means what happens is you run up to this gate. You know, check the gate, it's locked. Oh no, look at this rusty. You have to shoot it. And if you're out of ammo, then you just click. And that's just embarrassing. And it's just like the walk of shame as you equip your pistol and then have to shoot it. And you have to unequip it later.
The walk of shame.
The walk of shame. I said it was, yeah, never mind.
You said the walk of shame.
Yeah, I like yours better. This part, sewers are frustrating because where RNG is the most important, because there's going to be some lizards, and they will either be right in the way, which he is not, that's awesome, he's the problematic one. The second one, I don't trust him now. Usually one or the other is bad. Okay, he's fine. Usually one of those decides to body block.
So their attack frames are very slow to start up, right?
Yeah, but you know, if they're shoved in, these walkways are very, very narrow. So if they're in there, then you know you're gonna eat their little punching. They're called, I don't know what they do. They just
Praying mantis, I guess.
yeah, they're praying mantis-like, and you don't want to get shanked. It's not good. You gotta grab the sewer key. This is the first sewer key. There's one hanging from the ceiling here, or up here. Never mind. This one. The audience is spooked. I'm happy. That's
The goal is to spook.
booga 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 booga. Oh, see, the problem with these guys is that if you run into them, like if you hit them at all, you can get caught on their arms and it just kind of drags them with you. And it's, you can't just like edge past them like you can other enemies. Like if you run into a nurse, then you can just like push her out of the way. These guys not so much. I'm gonna kill her real quick. So that's the first half of the first part of sewers. Second half is a lot simpler. It's just running through some tunnels. If you want to get some quick donations, then now is actually a good time.
We have a $25 donation from Pariah. Special thanks to everyone at the marathon for doing so much for a great cause. In 2014, my dad was diagnosed with lymphoma, and some new experimental research drugs have helped immensely. PCF and cancer research are not only an investment in humanity's future, but also helping people around the world right now. Thank you for all your hard work, and go fast.
All right, Harry, you heard him. Mush. What the clack, 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 or...
We have a $64.80 donation from Fuse. Silent Hill represent. Nice to finally see the series reach AGDQ. Good luck on your run, Tekkie.
Oh, thank you very much.
We have a $4 donation from Anya. I've been waiting for this playthrough all night. Because of you, my nurse is very upset with me. I was diagnosed with skin cancer when I was 17 years old. Now I'm 19 and I still live in the hospital. The true Silent Hill series is my favorite thing in the whole world, and seeing this on AGDQ makes my fight a little bit more amazing. Thanks for donating to all of the other guys like me. Sorry for not donating much, but I'm not that rich. Look forward to maybe more Silent Hill games?
I would like to add that no nurses were actually killed during the making of this run. For what it's worth.
We have a $15 donation from Sim. Hey Tekkie.
Oh, Sim.
I thought I ought to donate to a great cause. Love me some Silent Hill. Good luck on the run. From Manifest and Sim.
So this is, the route here is going to diverge from any percent for a little bit. Normally we just get out of here, you don't have to worry about it. This whole area is only pretty much used for the coffin side quest, which will begin here in Annie's bar. So we're gonna skip a cutscene where he's fighting a monster. He's being a jerk as usual. If you play the game, I promise he will be a jerk to you. But we do gotta grab Harry, please. We gotta grab. Yeah, no pool. Oh, if there's like a little pool mini game, that'd be cool. Maybe in the HD remake. There's a romper right out here. We don't want to talk to him, so flashlight. Please don't run into him. Please don't run into him. I don't think he saw. Yeah, everyone be quiet.
You kind of have to look very, very, very closely to be able to see them in the dark.
Mom said we could have Totino's pizza rolls, but we have to be quiet. We have, we get our little scenic route through the park. Game gets to stutter for a little bit.
Was it 0869?
0886.
Oh, okay.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
I didn't say anything.
So, see, we grabbed a magnet, which, we're gonna use a magnet. I'm running out of. feel like an explanation. It's just, we grab a thing, we'll use it in the cutest way possible. So we're going to shove a magnet down this hole, and we're going to pick up a key with it. Now we have a key to a motorcycle. Well, it's not even like the motorcycle. We got to open the gas tank. Yeah, it's actually odd. So let's see, we're going to get back here. Go into this little side room where there's, lo and behold, a motorcycle. So this is frustrating sometimes to line up. Now we're good. Use a motorcycle key. And we're going to pick up this small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. Strangely enough, I believe Dahlia put that in there. I don't know if that's ever explained. During the cutscene that we'll be skipping towards the end, she says, "My Beophatus, I thought I got rid of that." So, I mean, she shoved it inside a motorcycle gas tank in a hotel. I guess that seems like a good hiding place, but not for Detective Harry Mason.
So, what exactly is the Aglophatus?
It mentions somewhere that it's like it has this long history in like Greek, like the Greeks used it, something odd like that, to expel demons. Which, I mean, you have to accept certain things playing Silent Hill. It's demon expelling fluid. Yes. This is where the route lines up back with any %, by the way. We have what we need. Well, we don't even get it. Kaufman comes by, takes it, yells at you, and then just leaves. Kaufman's a jerk. We don't like Kaufman. You learn to hate Kaufman. It'll make it in things easier later. Oh, flashlight. Oh no, please. Oh god. Please don't. I think he left.
We have a $75 donation from Element of Smash. Love the GDQ marathons and all the rockin' runners. You guys really are the biz. Shoutouts to Granddad, who would have been proud of the dedication in the room to the things we love.
Let's see, there's a bird, there's a dog. Hello, please stop. No dog, never mind. There's usually a dog there. He usually chases you downstairs. If you don't expect that, then it's kind of terrifying. You kind of expect that enemy AI can't deal with certain, like, I guess boundaries in games, right? And you run downstairs, it's like, there's no way that dog's going to chase me down the stairs and across this narrow dock and to the boat, and the enemies totally do that. It's even worse coming up. This whole section, I mean, normally you do it in the dark if you want to go fast, and I do want to go fast, but I also want you to see what's going on. Except for this part, because these guys would go, stop. There's another one.
Was that a romper?
Yes, there are two rompers up top. I only saw one. But, okay. No jump, that's good. If you hear them stop flapping quickly, they'll do that if you turn off your flashlight. I usually screw around with the one outside school for that reason, just to demonstrate. But he wasn't there, so he's the one that came in for that quick attack and then just bolted. So we're almost done. We're heading to the lighthouse. It might be a little hard to tell without cutscenes, but things are, as they say, getting real. Yeah, this camera angle is really cool. Unfortunately, the staircase going up is very frustrating because there's a tight turn radius and you can't turn that fast. I think everyone has a different strat for this. Mine is just to like tap the walk button unless you turn, you know, a little extra quicker on your way down. I mean, it looks so awkward. There's no way to do it otherwise. So you go up there, we go back down. We're on our way back. Fortunately, the game, like earlier when it warps you to the sewers, right now it's going to warp us to the boat. So we don't have to run back through all the enemies, which is great because I hate that part. I believe we talked to Sybil again here. That door is right next to a little save pad, and it's a little awkward because at least once I've like hit the save pad, and then it brings up the menu and it asks if you want to save, and then that's not a speed run. That's a time waste.
By the way, as a true and legitimate speedrunner, I am so happy that there are not any glitches in this run.
Yeah, it's pretty great that this is an entirely glitchless run that's totally, you know,
totally legitimate,
airtight.
If you use glitches, you are a cheater.
Going to jail.
Yeah, there's like cops outside the marathon or just going to speed jail. On the other hand, we here at Silent Hill Speedrunning Corporation believe in awesome teleports around places, but what's going to happen soon is we're on our way to the amusement park. We're not going to be there for long. After the amusement park, you're supposed to go fight Sybil on, it's a merry-go-round? And that's where the plus in the good plus, bad plus, or just good bad ending occurs. If you use the Aglophidus you get in the hospital on her, then you know, that's a plus. Due to a glitch in the game, here's a mumbler. They're kind of, yeah, they're kind of cute. Those are what are in school in European rooms. Okay, so there's gonna be some squeaky, translucent little enemies. They're not. They're not very scary, but for some reason the game lets you use the Aglophidus on them instead of Sybil. So we're going to do that, and what's going to happen is it's going to warp us to where Sybil is, act like we use it on her instead, and replace Sybil's model with the Larval Stalker. Let's see here, let me line this up. It has sort of disastrous consequences, as you will see here.
Whoa, whoa. What the hell is that?
Tekkie, you broke it! You broke the game!
No glitches.
Yeah, what was that about no glitches?
Please don't arrest me.
Sybil. Wake up. Snap out of it.
Yes, Sybil.
Sybil.
Snap out of it. Silent Hill.
This is the best part.
Shh. Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
I'll take care of you, Tekkie.
Yeah, this is a very scary game. Fortunately, Harry was reassembled afterwards. No more flying around, no more shenanigans.
Man, that Aglophidus stuff, it's a bad trip.
So this is actually the final area of the game. This is called Nowhere. It's definitely a pain your first way through because you don't get a map and because none of the architecture, I guess you could say, makes sense. And I'll show you an example later on. All of these doors go to rooms from different parts of the game. So for example, there's Alessa. Hi, Alessa. So we're gonna go downstairs here, and you know, for some reason, there will be a classroom. And after that classroom, will be a spooky classroom. We got some pliers and a screwdriver. For some reason, that double door is actually a single door. First, you know, it's going to be a series of picking up keys, picking up items. Suddenly, hi, nurse. Hello, nurse. We're going to try, looks good. Yeah, the hitbox to use these pliers is actually really precise. It's kind of a pain. And you can't pan the camera. There's a button to manually move the camera around, which is used in a lot of places. Like in school, you use it to face the enemy so you know where you're running. And it doesn't do anything useful for that room, which is, you know, just lovely. This is a quick puzzle. You got these zodiac animals. You know, the solution is just to put in the number for how many limbs they have. Oops. There's a few like signs around the room. Like there's, you know, answer the crab.
Cows have 4 legs.
Yeah, I forgot how to count. What is numbers? Okay, so we get ourselves a nice big square stone. Come over here. Alert. that one's a little more complicated. There's it's like a Grim Reaper puzzle. There's names organized. There's names and ages listed, and the puzzle is just, I believe, their first name in order from, I think it's youngest to oldest, or oldest to youngest. There's a sad cutscene we're going to skip here. Sorry, no, we get a little bit of sad music. If you want to cry, we can all cry together later. There's more opportunity, I promise. So we're gonna go, I don't know what actually happens here, but I assume you just take the Stone of Time and you throw it against the clock. You might notice to Harry's right, there's a door and there's a wall. It runs, 20 feet behind me because this is, let me grab this key real quick. There's a wall here, but we're gonna turn right and go right where that wall should have been. So, ooh, these doors all just kind of warp to random places. It's not supposed to make sense. But yeah, of course, not having a map just makes it even worse. Eventually, there's going to be a part where a door links between floors, which will be important. The solution for this puzzle is you use a camera that you get, I believe, on the second floor. And you just take pictures of the paintings, and it gives you little symbols that you have to put in. There's two, but we only have to worry about this one, because this has the birdcage key. Let's get out of here. This is where things get complicated, because we're going to go to second floor. Bust out of here. We're also going to shoot this nurse. Double tap. We're collecting 5 sort of religious symbols that we're going to use. They're basically keys for the final door, which requires 5 of them. This door right up ahead is the important one. Unlocking this is important because it links the floors together.
Well, floors, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's for what it's worth. Hello, birdcage. I didn't want to look at you. There's instead of the little, grabby, crotch-grabbing knife children, now we have semi-translucent, crotch-grabbing knife children. This is where the second tentacle monster is, and we don't want to talk to him because he's a one-hit kill. So use this, put those together, now he's no problem. And, no problemo. It's a pretty great cutscene. I mean, I'm sorry I don't get to show it to you. We're gonna get some jelly beans. Just go with it. We're getting some jelly beans. 39 flavors. He's not very good at opening jelly beans.
Well, I mean, given that Harry's hands are kind of, Yeah,
he's got like mitten hands.
They're kind of shaped like this. It's kind of really hard to open up a bag of jelly beans that way.
Give me that.
Horribly disfigured.
Hey. He's disabled. That's not nice to say.
That part can be frustrating because while that enemy's walking around, he has the grab invincibility, and if you screw up your movement, then you get grabbed, you lose health. We all cry a little on the inside, maybe also on the outside. I'm gonna get grabbed here, by the way, like no matter what. This one's, you can get by them, but it's difficult and most likely random enough to the point where it's not worth worrying about. Personally, we have a screwdriver. This key is electrified if you don't turn off the generator, and that's why the door that links floors 1 and 2 is important, because that's the only way to get to this floor. They're usually non-aggressive when you come back out. Oh, hello. Please don't grab. Damn it. Yeah, a little donkey kick. We got one more cutscene, and we're actually just gonna pick up this last religious symbol, Disco Boros. Don't have to worry about switching a hunting rifle because we don't even have one. You can use the hunting rifle in any % because there's a force field around the boss, and so that forces you to attack from long distance, which you want to use long distance weapon. We're gonna be fighting a giant goat demon. So we can get more right up in its grill. If someone's ready on time, it'll be in a few seconds here. It should, I think perfect is 11 shots. It'll probably take 12. If it takes more than that, then we're probably going to eat lightning, and that hurts. Let's try not to do that. I'll get you a good look at him, too. Hang on. Wait for the screaming to start. And time. So you guys have been incredibly generous. The $2,000 donation for incentive was met. I've included the extra time in the estimate to play out the ending cutscenes, credits, things like that. And there's actually a cutscene of bloopers at the end, which is excellent. So, oh, and that's Cheryl. We found another Cheryl. The new and improved Cheryl 2.0. Run towards the light. Also, she's in this game. Oh yeah, Coffin's been a jerk, so he gets his just desserts. This is a good game. I love this game. Sad boys. Oh, just real quick, I wanted to give some shout-outs to some of the other Silent Hill community runners. This is the first time we've ever gotten Silent Hill into an AGDQ. I think it's it's one of the first times any of us have tried, but it's a very active community. It's very small, but it's very active, and people are really incredible at these games. I mean, we have runners for every Silent Hill game. Raj, Punchy, and Ekudet, they've been running one. They run one a lot. Big Man Japan does 2. Sam Gillespie. Zorky does Origins. He's a genius. Zorky is my muse. Thank you, Zorky, for being cool forever. Eternal Enigma's been doing a lot of work with 4. He's been going for the record, for the world record every night. Quick shout outs to Slayer at Babies. We're gonna be working on our voice Slayer. We gotta go back to Homecoming for all bosses. So yeah, we have. If I forgot anyone, I apologize, but yeah. If there are any other donations, the bloopers cutscene runs after these credits, and then what? Yeah, it's like a few seconds.
We have a $20 donation from Ian Charles 21. Hey Tekkie, you may not remember me, but you helped me out with the Silent Hill Homecoming gun glitch via YouTube comments. Thank you again for that, as well as bringing Silent Hill to AGDQ. Great to see you here. Survival horror for the win.
If we're running short on time, I could skip this. Maybe if it, was it? Oh yeah, this is, we get a little Finding Cheryl. The bloopers are right after this.
We have a $30 donation from Wolfer255. Made sure to set my alarm early so I wouldn't miss this. I recently finished playing all the Silent Hill games, and it's great to see the first one back in action like this. Hashtag spooky games done quick.
I agree with this hashtag.
Yeah, good hashtag.
They got 2 more games in the block, they'll get plenty of views. We have $25 from Xiaopan1987. I've been watching AGDQ and SGDQ for about 2 years and always wanted to donate. My family has a history of cancer, so this marathon is one that I value greatly. Keep breaking the games. Also, save the frames, kill the animals.
Wait, what do you think of the run, Alessa? Wait, what about you, Dahlia? How do you think it went? It's our hero, Harry Mason.
We have a $59.51 donation from Flander5 Carlet, who donated $1 per minute on the Silent Hill run.
Oh man, I should have gone slow. So then you get your results screen, you get in-game time, 35 flat. I think that's a PB.
Congrats.
All right, and thanks again for having us all. I guess next we have Splatterhouse.
Oh, and Tekkie, before you go away, would you like to mention why the total time is 35 minutes, whereas the run took like 58?
Oh yeah, speedrun time is mentioned by in-game timers, so if you look up the leaderboards and you see half an hour, maybe a lot of you are confused why the estimate was 1 hour and 10 minutes, but in-game time skips loading times, cutscenes, things like that. So yeah, I guess we're all set here. Hype for Splatterhouse, I'm excited. Thank you, and thank you all once again for having us.
And thank you, Tekkie. I would just like to remind you about our pinball machine grand prize. Pinball Joe has donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Because this is a very special prize, a minimum bid is $50, with up to 4 bids for $200. Pinball Joe has also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play. Throughout the marathon, you can watch AGDQ attendees speedrunning pinball for new world records at pinballdonequick.com or their Twitch channel, twitch.tv/pinballjoe. And we are going to take a quick commercial break for a tiny build message. But don't go away, we'll be right back with Splatterhouse. And welcome back to AGDQ 2015. Awesome games done quick. Up next we have Splatterhouse, and after that, in our horror games done quick block, or spooky games done quick block, sorry about that, we have Splatterhouse, another Splatterhouse game in the series. Yeah, Wanpaku Graffiti. Couldn't quite remember that name. And after those two, we have our much hyped run of The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. And I would just like to remind you that we have an unmet donation incentive for Morrowind, which is a bonus any % run at the end of the main quest run. We have a $55 donation from John S. Troutman. Hey there, save some Christmas cash so I could actually donate during this GDQ. My dad was recently diagnosed with cancer, and while his prognosis is good, I know other people won't be so lucky. Thanks for all the hard work and the great runs. All my cash is going to Runner Guy, because Blindfolded Zelda is totally rad. I certainly agree, I'm definitely looking forward to that run. We have a $50 donation from Dutch Blondness of Doom. It's now 4 years that my mother has died from lung cancer. I am glad for organizations like PCF that do so much help, and hope that one day all the cancer that is preventable is prevented. We have a $20 donation from Yendi. I lost a dear college professor late last year to cancer. She may have passed on, but her spirit and courage remain. Thanks to everyone involved at AGDQ. We have a $50 donation from Velucius. Thanks for the entertainment. It's for a good cause. I have personally not dealt with cancer, but many of my friends have, and if this can help in any way, that would be great. Keep it real and hang loose. I would like to mention that all of the money raised by AGDQ is enabling the Prevent Cancer Foundation to continue its tradition of forming partnerships to bring free cancer screening and educational programs both nationally and internationally. The foundation is currently working to develop a vaccination campaign with a global service organization that has 1.2 million members in 30,000 chapters in 200 countries. This vaccination campaign is to reduce the 600,000 cancer cases and more than 250,000 deaths related to cancers caused by the human papillomavirus. In addition, a $250,000 grant funded by the money raised at AGDQ 2014 was recently awarded to researchers who are studying the link between inflamed fat tissue and cancer. Adipose inflammation, which occurs in most obese individuals, is accompanied by increases in inflammatory proteins and estrogen signaling in breast tissue. This may support the development of breast cancer. The goal of the research is to develop a non-invasive blood test to detect adipose inflammation, thus possibly detecting some cancers.
That's the important part. Okay. Is there a game sound? Okay, all right. There we go. That's awesome. Okay. All right, so this is on? Yeah, please check that mic and make sure it's on.
The mic's on? Sounds good. Okay, cool.
What's that? It's good, I think.
Fairly spooky for the evening.
Yes.
Yes. Or morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, coin it up. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so this is Splatterhouse. It's from 1988. It's about Rick and his girlfriend Jennifer are parapsychology majors. They decide to go visit the Dr. West mansion and lights go out. Jennifer screams. Rick gets knocked unconscious. When he wakes up, he's got this mask on his face and monsters are all over the place. That's basically the plot. Now he's just trying to find his girlfriend.
The game is very atmospheric, especially for the time.
Indeed.
Like even now, it's pretty creepy.
Yeah, it's pretty graphic.
These worms have a set pattern, so if he just stands in that spot, he basically can deal with it without any problems.
Okay, you got them all. Good job. Well,
Set that one. So, the main deal with this game is, it's a good pose.
Very strong.
Slides do double damage, and they also propel you a little bit faster than standard walking.
Don't forget the cleaver.
Yeah, I barely remember.
So this room has tons of lag, so you have to
That's
control
gonna
it
be a problem.
by killing
whatever.
This is a very tough room. If one little thing goes wrong, then the lag kind of messes with your input.
Like, could we get a roll call on the couch? Could we get a roll call on the couch?
No. I'm Butters BP.
DK28.
Zellard 1.
And Slaughterhouse Rock.
Okay, that's how that was supposed to go.
That's up to now use machetes, now we've upgraded ourselves to a 2x4.
And
Boom!
The best death in the game.
That sound effect.
Wall splat.
It is great.
Also, most of the enemies are either big monsters or household items. For whatever reason, this basement or sewage system in the house also has spiked mines.
Latest in home security. It's so good.
Oh.
Yes.
I
got
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Stick. So yeah, the game does not intend for you to take that stick up there.
No.
And there's like a ton of horror movie references in this game. So this obviously being Poltergeist, and main character resembles Jason.
Nice.
Nice
Good,
fight.
good.
That painting has actually 8 hit points, but as it comes from the wall, it kind of gets stuck. So if you get a slide seal double damage too. It hits it like every frame, so very effective.
While you were watching Splatterhouse and the game after it, Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti, I got it this time. If you donate $5, you are automatically entered for a grand prize drawing for a Rick and Jennifer Perler. And if you donate $10, you are automatically entered for a drawing for a Splatterhouse reproduction cartridge.
So you see, weapons don't really stack with each other. Nah.
Sorry. He kind of jumped out of my range. There's a way to get him to not jump over the shots, but you need his HP odd. It's a little bit random to set that up, and I didn't quite get it. But that's still a pretty good kill. He's a pretty difficult boss, especially with melee.
Shout out to the mutilated bodies in the foreground. That's some good detail.
That first spear sometimes will just despawn for no reason.
Yeah, I never figured out why. It just kind of does it whenever it wants.
That's why I like that skeleton being propped up by the stick. There's a lot of little details in this game. They really went out of their way to create a creepy atmosphere.
We have a $50 donation from Pondy. I love you guys. Keep entertaining us. You're awesome.
So yeah, bats bleed really badly. Look at that.
Nice.
That wasn't supposed to go that way, but it worked out pretty well.
It looked cool.
Yeah. If you slide into that doorway, you save a few frames.
Alright, so this part of the game actually has some very, very important audio cues, which you'll see shortly. Good. Good. Nice, nice, nice.
I got
Nailed
the
it.
dance pattern.
Got it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the hardest part of the run.
Alright, there we go.
There you go. There's always 3 of those things.
It's a little bit random which mirrors they pop out of.
One thing to note is the different versions of this have a lot of graphical differences.
Yes, shouts to religious references in a game made in 1988.
Yeah. And this is the arcade version, so you have the upside down cross. And
Yeah.
How was this game allowed to be released?
Yeah, and the TurboGrafx version, that inverted cross is replaced by...
It's like it's a blue head. Yeah. Like
Yeah, and like instead of an altar, it's like a candle.
altar.
Yeah,
The
they
candles
just
are
like
still there.
it's the candles like exactly like that, but they removed the altar and there's like kind of floating there.
Okay.
Like they forgot to remove the candle sprites from the game.
Yeah. It's like Castlevania style candles just floating in the air.
That has a nice creepy atmosphere the first time you see it, though, because it's like such a serene sort of juxtaposition. You're waiting for something to come out.
Yeah.
In that scene there, were they fighting over her body?
We have a $10 donation.
These chairs are so random.
We have a $10 donation from ZD Wario. Love to see one of my all-time favorites, Splatterhouse, being run. Oh yeah, the Terror Mask told me to kill all the animals.
I really like this part because the slopes have physics, like they slide, and so you can do a little sliding punch, so it's like a W fist from Trailer Punch. It's pretty awesome. W fist. W kick. Okay.
I didn't think I was gonna make that one.
There you go.
I'm pretty bad luck so far.
There are branching paths in the game, but generally go down because it's just the closest.
Yeah, because the stage kind of scrolls at a certain pace, and the first path is down. And each path is about the same time.
This necromancer can be a real pain.
Yeah, this is a very tough run.
You want to hit him as soon as possible, otherwise he can bring the zombies back to life, which makes things much more complicated.
music, though.
Not that time. Oh my god! That's...
There's ghosts.
You didn't even need to kill that dog, he was just angry.
We have a $20 donation from S.A. Caitlin. Best of luck to Zauer. Show me how a speedrun is done in Splatterhouse. And thanks for doing it for a great cause. Caitlin, world record high score on Arcade Splatterhouse. P.S. Save the animals.
Oh, good, you found her. Cool. What the heck possibly happened here?
This is a pretty dangerous situation. I only have 1 health.
Yeah.
And this is a very risky boss strat that I'm going to have to try to do.
Yeah, if done correctly, this fight, you can get her trapped in the corner.
Wow, that was horrifying.
Oh! No good. Alright.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
So what happens is, at every 6 hit points, she has a transformation. But if you use the slide kick, which does 2 hit points of damage, you can skip the transformations.
So that is a very scary, intense scene, and for whatever reason, like some minion comes out and then like calls you out afterwards. It's so random.
So this is one of the most random and difficult stages, and I have the minimum amount of health. It's possible to get through this stage without getting hit, but it's pretty luck reliant.
Yeah, they're, again, bubbles. Much like Contra, you just never know what's going to happen.
We have a $10 donation from Ghost Dragon 92. I recently lost a close friend to leukemia. Let's beat cancer so no one else may experience this pain. We have another $10 donation from Breaky. Love what you're doing. Almost lost my baby brother and one of my best friends to cancer. I hope more people will be as lucky as we have been. Good luck. For some upcoming donation incentives, we are still roughly $500 short on that Morrowind incentive for the 90% run. So you definitely want to get your donations in for that. It's a very exciting run.
You know some new, like a back jump.
That was clutch.
Yeah, that was nice.
Well, it's not over, because this next stage is also very random and difficult, and I have the minimum amount of health. So...
You can tell things are getting epic because everything's on fire now.
Yeah.
Some of the best sound effects incoming.
Burning tinder.
Yes.
These jumping guys show up based on your proximity to them. So he wants to get as close as possible. So they all show up.
Okay, good.
Now these rocks, they're just random.
They're completely random.
Yeah, like, the most threatening thing about this guy is not his like form or his attacks, it's the dang rocks. They look like they're in the background, but they actually hurt you.
Yeah.
But, oh.
Nice.
Yes, it all makes sense now.
Nothing makes sense. Yeah, they never like flesh out this like what's even going on in this final stage. I don't know like who that boss even is, but looks cool, I guess.
Oh, time.
Oh yeah, time. Forgot about that. Huh?
About 15, 20?
Okay. It's not too bad. Yeah.
No,
alright.
not bad.
Okay, then that's pretty low 15 maybe.
Yeah, I used to think that this was like a psychological type of thing. Like the reality was he just like went crazy and killed his girlfriend, and so at the end you're fighting like his inner demons or something. That's why the spear comes out of his mask. But then they made a Splatterhouse 2, and that whole theory went out the water. So I have no idea what's going on.
But yeah, this is it's a pretty difficult game. It's an arcade game if it's not already apparent. But the next run that's coming up is Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti. It's a pretty cool game.
Yeah, the sort of prequel that we'll say goes in a different direction than this one.
It's like a spin-off. Yeah, kind of. But it's a cool game, and Kirua is really good at it. So
yeah. And one thing I'll definitely say for Splatterhouse Arcade is that they did a really good job of like creating a very scary atmosphere for the time. Like it was only 1985, but there was a lot of stuff that would be really shocking for that time period.
This was raled in '88.
88,
yeah.
sorry. Regardless, still.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do I keep thinking 85? Jeez.
I don't know. But
alright, so is another Wanpaku Graffiti guys here?
Mm-hmm. I believe so.
They're coming.
Good. All right.
Good job, Zalad.
Thanks.
Nice.
And now for the final game in our Spooky Games Done Quick block, Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti. So we are going to take a quick commercial break while we get set up for the next game. And one quick reminder that if you donate at least $5 during the Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti run, you will be automatically entered for a drawing for a Rick and Jennifer Perler. And if you donate at least $10, you will be automatically entered for a drawing for a Splatterhouse reproduction cartridge. You will be automatically entered, so you can put those bids towards whatever you want. If you want to donate your $10 towards killing or saving the animals, whatever, it doesn't matter, you are automatically entered. We have a $5.02 donation from Last Exile 0. This donation is for my friend Stuart's stage 4 back cancer. We have a $50 donation from Swatto. Hi from Belgium, guys. Keep makes good thing for the good cause and shout for the French community that is very active on the other side of the globe. We have $25 from Gon Burigan. Greetings from Estonia. Both sides of my family have recently fought and beat cancer. Hope the trend continues. Here's what I can manage to help others beat cancer too. It looks like we may be having some small technical difficulties, and in the meantime, I'd like to remind you about some runs that are coming up. After Wanpaku Graffiti, we have the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, the much hyped main quest run, as well as possibly an any % run directly afterwards if the donation incentive is met. After Morrowind, we have Rogue Legacy by Tirage42, and then we have Binding of Isaac by Sagav3 and Slekaholicus. Yes, I believe that's how it's pronounced. We have a $50 donation from Henry140. I asked my girlfriend whether I should vote towards saving or killing the animals, and she said that I should obviously save the animals. Therefore, this donation goes towards killing the animals. You guys do awesome things, and Cancer can go get stuck in a long-winded auto-scroller with lots of RNG elements. All right, we are up. We have a $25 donation from Rafi. Shout out to my RKS friends. I want this donation to go to Super Mario RPG file name DNGR. You are watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. Speed Demos Archive proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning, planning, and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. Speedruns Live is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They are also hosting a short series of racing games starting on January 17th, titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see more information about the event on gamesdonequick.com. And this marathon is raising funds for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, or PCF. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is a nonprofit organization that focuses on prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. Their staff has worked towards this goal in countries such as China, South Korea, Australia, Canada, England, and other countries spanning a total of 6 continents. PCF has invested over $138 million over the last 29 years and funded more than 480 grants and fellowships.
He's not mic'd. He's not mic'd.
For 16 years, the Prevent Cancer Foundation has taken its mission of cancer prevention and early detection through research, education, and community outreach to free cancer screening and education booths at state fairs. The foundation has used this unique venue to reach largely rural, underserved communities, provide free cancer and health screening services, and educate those populations about cancer prevention and early detection.
1 2 1 2. Okay. 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are. Okay, 3 2 1 go. Okay, so this is Splatterhouse, Wanpaku Graffiti. It's a pretty straightforward game. Like, pretty much you just kill whatever comes at you. And most things, well, everything that is in one hit, except for the boss fights. As you can see, well, as you will see very quickly, this game is very different from Splatterhouse Arcade, in that it's more supposed to be funny than spooky. So yeah, this is just an introduction to the boss. You can't actually do anything yet. At the top left, by the way, you can see a count. It's how many enemies I kill. And every time I reach the limit, I get 1 more health to my max bar. And it actually stays from stage to stage. So that means that if you don't game over, you reach the last stages of the game with a lot of health, which is really convenient. It makes it, when you play this game casually, and when you start knowing a bit what you're doing and all, it makes it way easier to beat the game. But in my run, I'm gonna do a lot of intentional damage in some stages, so I can still die even if even with a lot of health. So yeah, one thing that is sometimes a bit strange about this game is that you can actually kill things you wouldn't expect to be able to kill, like knives, chainsaws, stuff like that. In this mini-boss you need to kill 20 books, and it doesn't really matter at what speed I kill the books. What matters though is at what speed they spawn, and it's completely luck-based. And I need, yeah, so it's pretty much about how fast 20 books spawn. And yeah, this boss, this fight, I'm gonna manage to say it. This game is full of movie and pop culture references for the boss and all. And yeah, you will recognize some of them without a doubt. Okay. Also, it has some. It's a Japanese game with some pretty weird English translation, I guess. I don't know. Okay, in this fight you actually need to kill the knives and not the animals, which is really weird, I think. It's really counterintuitive. And, oops, I remember the first time I played this game, I was actually aiming for the animals during a few minutes, because yeah, I didn't think about changing my targets, I'm not very smart. Okay. So yeah, you can see the health bar is increasing pretty fast. But the more enemies you kill, and the more you need to kill to get bonus health. Also, I guess I should tell you the plot of this game, where I mean, sort of what is the plot. So your girlfriend thought you were dead, and she was like by your grave and all. And you get resurrected, I'm not sure why, but you do. And just after she's happy because you're alive again, there's the Pumpkin King which gets resurrected next to you, and he kidnaps your girlfriend, and so you need to kill the Pumpkin King. No? So yeah, it's a pretty great split. Oops, okay. This boss is actually one of the most annoying parts of the game. I'm gonna explain why after I kill it. Because of that, exactly. Okay. You only need to kill it, to hit it once, but every time you get hit by one of the things you spawn, you have to do everything over again. And with the wind and all, it's very annoying. So in stage 3, you can get a shotgun in the trash cans, like that. And at first we thought, like everybody who played this game thought it was RNG based. So I ended up asking Tompa, who does 2 assisted speedruns, to test for me what was the conditions of the RNG for the shotgun. And it turns out you just have to press up while you land on the trash can. So yeah, it was a bit embarrassing and dumb, but at least it makes it consistent. And the shotgun is actually slow for a lot of things. Like if you use it normally, it will knock you back like that. And so it's not useful during stages, but it's useful to speed up some boss fights, particularly one later on in this stage, as you will see. Also, one thing with this game is every time they do something, like they went totally overboard with it and made it last forever. Like this fight lasts really a long time, and you have to kill a lot of facehuggers.
case you are interested in playing some of the games we are playing here at Awesome Games Done Quick, you can go check out the Awesome Games Done Quick bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com. We have a $50 donation from Kasugai Roasted Peas. Morning AGDQ, staying up for Morrowind. Hopefully we get enough for the bonus any percent run.
Stage 3 is actually really long. The duration of the stages is not balanced at all. I'm not sure why, but it's part of the design of the game. Okay, so there's 2 phases to this boss, and in the first phase it's important to kill as many psychedelic bats or whatever it is as possible, because otherwise it will be a huge pain for fates too. Yeah, I should have killed 1 more, because now it's gonna be random if I get hit. Okay, really good. Okay, it was a decent fight. One weird thing about... I haven't talked about the main attack. Basically there's 2 weapons. There's like his axe, his weapon right now, and there is a shotgun. But oops. The main attack is a bit weird because like it has a duration when you hit, which means you can actually use it slightly before reaching an enemy, and it will kill him after a while. What it means is also that you can, for example, hit an enemy at your right and do a quick turn left, and with a single attack kill an enemy in front and behind you at the same time. It's pretty cool, and it can be useful. So if you go to the right at this point, you exit the stage, but I'm gonna show you some secret ending of this game. I'm not sure how it is on stream, but yeah, it's pretty violent on television. Yeah, the color scheme is a bit weird.
We have a $50 donation from MQS. My grandmother's lung cancer is currently in remission, but this donation is for those who aren't so fortunate and are still fighting. Put this towards the blindfolded Ocarina of Time run, and shoutouts to the UK fighting game community.
Oops. Not a huge deal. So yeah, I'm gonna get a secret item, and when I get 2 of them, I will reach the secret ending. It's barely longer than 80%, so... Also, the secret ending shows you why this is supposed to be a prequel to Splatterhouse 1 that you saw just before, by Zard. So yeah, she dances for a while, ends up giving you a crystal ball eventually. But like with every boss fight and all, they decided that they needed to make it a bit long. There we go.
We have a $40 donation from Per Castor. Hi guys, here's a few bucks. Hope this could help. Enjoy. We have a $25 donation from Girl Tummy. No one that I know has died from cancer, and I want to keep it that way. Thanks for an awesome event.
Oops. Okay, this part of the stage is actually the hardest part of the run. get it, but yeah, that's okay. It's really hard to do this in one go, but as long as you don't get comboed too much, it's okay. Yeah, the sharks are pretty good. Yeah, one thing with this game also is that your invincibility frames are very, very short, and every time you get hit, you can get hit like 3-4 times in a row easily, often by the same thing that hit you. So your life can decrease really fast. This boss is RNG based, but usually you need to hit him 6 times, and it shouldn't be a problem, except when he gives you one very tricky pattern where he pretty much blocks one side of the screen and spawns there, but so far it should be good. Okay. The next stage is probably my favorite because it's actually pretty interesting platforming wise. I mean, as interesting as this game gets, at least. And there is a lot of intentional damage, and the boss fight is very good because the boss fight is actually every time is different. Like, you will understand when you see the boss, but basically you have to adapt to what's given to you every single time. And with your experience, you have to take the best decision in a split second. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, in this part, I will start to take a lot of damage on purpose. Otherwise it waits some time. Okay, this one was not on purpose.
We have a $25 donation from Kiwi Tree. Hey AGDQ, we at Kiwi Tree love what you all are doing and have been watching non-stop since the start of the event. Keep on being the awesome people that you are, and may the RNG be ever in your favor. We have a $25 donation from Dara McMahon. Good morning from Ireland. Each and every game I tune in to see blows my mind. To have such mastery of a game that you can complete it within 2 hours is amazing. To complete within half an hour is godlike. Keep it up.
That was probably the best fight I've ever had in this boss. Basically, he has a shield, and as I told you earlier, my attack has a small duration, so what I do is start my attack before his shield disappears, so I can hit him on the first frame before he has any time to jump away from me. And if I'm in a blind spot or anything, I try to take damage on his projectiles, so I can be pushed towards him and hit him anyway. Okay, and we reached the final stage of the game, but it's pretty long, particularly the last boss. So if you don't want the secret ending, you will get grabbed by this guy and you will do something else. But I'm gonna go to Egypt for now and grab something. And the music is pretty cool in this part. Oops. Please.
Awesome Games Done Quick is sponsored by the Yeti. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at www.theyeti.com/AGDQ.
So yeah, here it goes again. It's gonna end eventually, but yeah, it takes a bit also. And you get the second crystal ball, and now you can see the secret ending. But you actually skip a boss by going there, so it doesn't wait as much time as it cooks. Also, because this is going well, I guess I can show you this optional boss, which is intriguing too, I guess. So first you get rid of this, and then the toilet brush comes at you, and you kill it. And I'm not sure what it's. Everything is a reference to something in this game, but I have to say I have no idea what this is about. But yeah.
Also like to mention World 9 Gaming. Since 2005, World 9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansive collection of games and consoles that guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com.
So here is the Pumpkin King I was talking about for the plot. And yeah, as everything with this game, they decided to make it way longer than it should probably be. And yeah, it takes 16 hits. So yeah, it's gonna be 16 times what you're seeing right now, which is pretty much 2 minutes. And basically, your only his spawn is random, so your only decision is how you're gonna hit him to avoid his projectiles, depending on your position. Like, if I'm just below him when he spawns, I just jump vertically and hit him. But if I have a mid-distance, I have to choose if I want to hit from the outside or from the inside. But it's pretty minor. Also, yeah, you can see that once more they really love pretty shiny light effects and all. I don't know how many hits this is. Probably maybe 6 more, I don't know.
And once again, if you are interested in either the Rick and Jennifer Perler or the Splatterhouse reproduction card, make sure you get your donations in soon, as this is the very last game in our Spooky Games Done Quick block that will be eligible for those drawings.
Oh, wait, okay. I will say time when I didn't think it was already done, but I will say time when I lose control of the character. Okay, get ready for time, and time. Okay, nice. Okay, I just need to show you this first minute of credits because this is really by far the best part of the game. And also it doesn't really make sense. Like, at first it's like, oh, it was a movie after all, and the director says good job to you and all. Like, yeah, pretty much says good job if I remember correctly. And so so yeah, first it's that. then we see that you have pretty much the worst haircut. And then it starts to act like it wasn't a movie after all. Yeah, it's pretty spooky. And okay, so now you see the first crystal ball. It wasn't a movie after all because it's like they live happily ever after or something like that. So all seems well, but with the second crystal ball, actually it says or not or something close. And what you see is the manor in which Splatterhouse 1 takes place. So basically at the end of that, they reach the action of Splatterhouse 1, and that's why it's considered to be a prequel. And yeah, the final screen will be in like 3 seconds, because it's a pretty interesting way to end this game, I guess. There you go.
Alright, great job, Kirua and Zallard.
Thank you.
Coming up next, as chosen by all of you donors, we have the adventures of Bob Lennon, the Argonian, in the Elder Scrolls Morrowind. But first, we're going to take a quick break, so stick around. So a funny story, I just refreshed the bid index here, and it turns out that Bob Lennon is not an Argonian. As I said before, he's in fact a Khajiit. Big mistake there. And we would also like to remind you once again about the donation incentive for the any % run at the very end of this main quest run. You have until the end of the main quest run in order to get your donations in, and then the bids will be closed. Of course, it would be kind of silly to wait after the end of the run for a 90% run that's supposed to be right at the end. In addition to that, in case you didn't have quite enough of prizes just yet, we actually have a prize for Morrowind as well. If you donate at least $10 during the run of the Elder Scrolls Morrowind, you will automatically be entered for the Elder Scrolls Anthology Collection. And the Anthology Collection, contributed by Albino Albatross, is an unopened box for the Elder Scrolls Anthology, of course. Includes all 5 Elder Scrolls games, all major expansions for Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, and also has those wonderful paper world maps for each game. Sorry, it doesn't include the horse armor for Oblivion, though. And in case all that was not enough, we have one final donation incentive, which was actually met quite a while ago, which is to kill Vivek with a lockpick. Because just in case you didn't get enough of killing one god in Morrowind, we're gonna just kill another one with a lockpick, because why not? We have a $50 donation from Hair Guy. Oh man, this game. Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind took up 10 years of my childhood and is still one of my favorite games. I'm so glad to see it here at AGDQ 2015. The nostalgia is real and the enwa is true. Keep on keeping on, you all. Argonian is love. Argonian is life. I'm guessing you may have gotten that in before we discovered that Bob was quite a different species there. And I believe we are done shifting the entire couch section around. Awesome Games Done Quick would also like to give a shout out to Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach transforms your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at www.turtlebeach.com. In addition, AGDQ would like to give a shout out to Something Artistic. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their details, including some designed just for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. So in case any of you were interested, I just took a look at the Super Metroid bid war for Saving or Killing the Animals, and it seems that Save the Animals is in the lead with $33,292.09, while Killing the Animals is actually quite far behind with $21,800, $21,863.30. That is actually quite a major difference. And while we were on the subject of bidding and donation incentives, one of the next games up, Rogue Legacy, currently has a bid war for the main character. Mr. MV is currently in the lead with $962. After that, we have Pole Employ with $153, CAF with $65, and several other ones with $40 or less. We have a $20 donation from Irish WW. Morrowind is easily the best Elder Scrolls, one of the best RPGs, and is a game very close to my heart. Thank you so much for not only running this game, but doing the whole quest. The second I saw this listed, I've been excited ever since. Why walk when you can speedrun? We have a $20 donation from Gamma Rays 16. I guess I said that correctly. Many people in my family have battled and won the fight against cancer. I find it amazing how quickly some of these games can be beaten. Keep up the good work.